freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. Myself, I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. This is it, I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great, so why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure, or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention. And nothing's working, so change your direction. You're on blue. Who every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the altitude. Knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
Dude, what's up? Sunday night. Did you guys go to church today? Just kidding. Dude, Marshall. Let's go, baby. Oh. Marshall says, I thought old Trump was going to shit his pants today in 60 Minutes when she confronted him about the grape allegations. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE. Let's go. Yeah, dude, we're going to watch that video. As I said, I was like, bro, you know, his reaction, I mean, he reacted kind of like a pedophile rapist would react. I mean, just between you and me, right? If we were to look at Trump's reaction to that question about pedophile rapists, I mean, it really, he sort of reacted like one, didn't he? Didn't he? I think so. Oh, shit, boss. It was like, wow, right? It was startling. You know, in particular, I have to admit, guys, when she said, like, oh, did you think he was talking about you? And like he was already spiraling at that point, right? I mean, she just brought up the quote and he like ran with it, right? I mean, she brought up the quote and then it just personal. She's like, oh, do you think he was talking about you? Because the quote didn't identify Trump specifically. I mean, he could have been talking about Lutnick or, you know, any one of them. I mean, really, any number of them. It could have been Lutnick, RFK Jr., right? I mean, you know, there's just many people in that administration that are connected to this shit. But boy, he was already spiraling, right? He was, dude. Oh, man. So, yeah, we are going to look at those clips. I thought those clips were very, very telling. Dude, and I mean, we're going to look at a lot of, like, I feel like today we're going to look at a lot of bits and pieces because today felt like a bits and pieces day. I mean, I think it behooves us to look at what's going on with, you know, the right-wing marching orders and how this event has spiraled directly into like a sense of urgency about getting that ballroom done, right? Which is weird. You know, the ballroom is really weird because what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. You know, frankly, I'll be honest. I don't really want my taxpayer money going to staff some giant ballroom so the president can be fucking, you know, spending tens of thousands of dollars a night getting drunk with other Epstein class weirdos, right? I want the president sitting at a fucking desk working, not sitting at a table with a bunch of gourmet food and drinks with a bunch of other Epstein class assholes while they plot how they're going to like make each other even more rich. You know? I don't want that. The cost of maintaining a ballroom like some social club, like fuck that, bro. The president doesn't need to go out to events. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, dude. That shit is weird. But there's a lot of other bits and pieces, things that I think are interesting, which of course is more of the rhetoric coming from the right wingers. And they all want to now speak to Jimmy Kimmel's manager because of a joke Jimmy Kimmel made several days before this event. They're now retroactively like wanting to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, right? Doesn't deserve a pine box, a particle board box. Dude, BJ, let's go. Dude, particle board, yes. Dude, I think maybe Trump is more befitting of a cardboard box, right? You know, like one of those life-size, you know, the hat boxes with the little lids that you got to duct tape down, right? Maybe like a you know, a full-sized hat box, right? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, bro. Plastic garbage bag. I'd be into that. Oh. Dude, it's King's Day in Holland. All right. But yeah, man, I thought that there was quite a bit of kerfluffling happening today, you know? Quite a bit of like extra jockeying here to try and politicize this. I mean, you know, I spent a lot of the day on the internet. I obviously I had a big baseball day today too. The Mariners won, so they swept St. Louis, which was amazing. Okay, seeing them get their shit together. And guys, it absolutely still feels like a false thing, doesn't it? I mean, it still feels like a setup. I know they have the manifesto, whatever. I know they have this thing. I mean, Ken Klippenstein does a report on this where there was no real indication of this guy. This guy was not an extremist at all. Okay, this Cole Thomas Allen was not an extremist at all, guys. He was not extreme. He was just incredibly moderate. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Chinese takeout box. Oh, Chinese takeout. Oh, put me with the chow mein. Dude, let's go. Dude, they're coming for Hasan. Yeah, see, that's weird too, guys. Okay, let's just start there. All right, because I do want to show you guys something here. Okay, this is something that they're keying on. They're keying on. Guys, they're attacking. They're attacking two things. These MAGA shitters. They're attacking leftism, and they're attacking college education. Okay, now, in particular, I want to show you this. Okay, look at this, guys. All right, this thing right here. Let me show you. It is this. Look at this. Okay, look at this right here. It says, relative to Americans with a high school education, Americans with graduate degrees are twice as likely to support political violence. More education equals higher support for political violence. It couldn't be otherwise. All right, now, but like, here's the thing though, guys. And I want to be very clear here. I want to be very clear that I don't condone violence. I don't like violence. I don't like political violence. I don't agree with wars. I don't like, having standing militaries. I don't believe in police using violence when people flee. I am a 0% violence guy. However, when you look at America, okay, we are only America because of the American Revolution, which was political violence. It was a group of colonists who felt oppressed by the taxation, by the kingdom, and they felt like they had a right to be their own country. So we were literally founded based on political violence. Okay. Now, was that a good thing? I don't know. I can't really say if it was a good thing, but I'm sure at the time the people were fighting the American Revolution, they believed it was. They were fighting for their principles. They wanted to be an independent country. Again, America in the 1850s, we had political violence over slavery. Okay, that particular one, ending slavery, even though I abhor violence, I think that political violence was necessary. Okay, I do. The Civil War, that was a valiant effort. I appreciate the people that went to war to end that. Okay, I do. I mean, I'm glad I wasn't alive during that time, but I do appreciate it. So the thing is I think with this, I think people who are educated can look at the real world and see that sometimes political violence is acceptable when it is liberating the oppressed or when it is overthrowing an oppressive and abusive regime, when it is liberating people from slavery, etc. There are times where it is just necessary, okay? Like, when it doesn't make it good, it doesn't make it like not extraordinarily harmful, and it doesn't make it like really like, it is still has a profound negative effect. But to act like there can never be political violence, if that were the case, we would still be a colony of England, and there would still be enslaved people on plantations in the South, okay? Now, so I think this education level is where people start to see that nuance, okay? Now, you will notice, guys, that most of the uneducated MAGA, they don't even protest. They don't even stand up for themselves. They vote for Republicans. Republicans fuck them with tariffs. Their farms close down. They can't get fertilizer. They go bankrupt. They lose a family farm, and they vote for Republicans again. They don't even rebel enough to vote differently after the Republicans have ruined their family fortune. So I don't know what to tell you about lack of education, but this implication that higher education makes you commit political violence is bullshit, okay? And yeah, they do support war, which to me, war is ridiculous, okay? Like fighting over slavery, to me, that's a purpose, but fighting over like Iran's nuclear enrichment, that's fucking stupid, guys. Fighting over oil, that's fucking stupid, guys, okay? Fighting to like get, stock bonuses from Lockheed, that shit's fucking stupid, okay? That is stupid. Did Jenny make an omelet? She did, but after the Mariners had won. So the Mariners won with no omelet, by the way, just for the record. But yeah, so I thought this was pretty wild, okay? Because there was somebody who replied to this, right? That said, let me show you the quote tweet. Oh yeah, look. It said astonishing fact, okay? And I did like chime in on some of this shit to sort of let some of these people like to try and like, argue against their implication, because they were implying shit. And then look at this, like Elon Musk said, grad school indoctrination camps. And of course, some people did call him out about this, because this idea that if you go to grad school, you're going to commit political violence, that's stupid. But like, guys, if America had committed no political violence as a nation, we would be a colony of the UK, and there would still be slaves down on the plantations in the South. So don't tell me that it's never necessary, So these people attacking fucking Hasan, this shit is crazy, dude. And again, I'm not going to let Hasan off the hook, because I do have some personal issues with him. The way he I don't think he checks his privilege sometimes. And he's not a perfect character by any means. And he gets pretty racy sometimes with the aggression levels. But so do I, man. You know what I'm saying? So do I. Okay? You know what I'm saying? When you get passionate and you get into it, you can get aggressive. I mean, dude, I have a pinned tweet here that some people think implies violence. And, you know what I mean? I mean, people will certainly attack me for that shit as well. Okay? Now, I would like to show something else though, guys. Okay? And I would like to show something else here about this. Okay? Because look at this guy. This guy is one of these right-wing wing nuts. Okay? Right? But look at this shit. The way he says, went to bed angry, woke up angry. There are a truly horrifying number of people in this country who believe murder and violence is an acceptable response to political disagreement. He says, I'm not sure how we climb out of this, okay? So he's like, man, there's a horrifying number of people that are violent and use murder, right? But like, look at his other tweets, guys. He has hundreds of tweets like this that say the demons are among us. I saw this today and I couldn't believe it. We need to stop pretending like this is some fringe movement. They have infiltrated our schools, our hospitals, our therapists, our governments. They're everywhere. It's truly horrifying. So, guys, do you make peace with demons or do you make war with demons? I mean, just out of curiosity, do you make peace with demons or do you make war? Because I don't think you ever make peace with demons. I think you have to eradicate demons. You have to like get rid of demons. But this guy has hundreds of tweets about demons. Hundreds. And guess who the demons are? They're everybody that's not them. Everyone who is not MAGA is a demon. Every Democrat, every trans person, every LGBTQ person. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So there's a weird thing they do where they basically say that we're not human, we're demons. They call for like public executions. Okay? They support ICE when they murder citizens. If you protest, if you try to drive away, you can be murdered. If you carry a gun to the protest and you don't leave when you're told, you can be murdered. But then they're like, wow, everybody else that is different than them is a demon, is dangerous. They're everywhere. It's horrifying. They can't make peace with them. They can't coexist with them. And so, dude, they don't even realize that they're creating a hypersensitized, hypervigilant sort of violence-based economy of like social thought. Okay, their social economy is based on our opponents are not human and do not deserve our respect, or they don't deserve for us to coexist with them. And then they simultaneously say, oh my God, they're all trying to kill us. But like, bro, you can't say people aren't even human, that they're fucking demons, and then also simultaneously claim that they're the bad people trying to kill you. Right? You know what I mean? Yeah, cry bullies is a great way of putting it. They are severe cry bullies. And dude, this Matt Vance guy is one of the biggest ones. He is such a whiner. But guys, it's also Elon Musk. Okay, look at what Elon Musk was doing today. He was dredging up that Scott Adams tweet, guys. Look at this. Look at what he did here, right? He said, remember this? This is from 2020 when Scott Adams warned Republicans will be hunted. But look at the tweet, guys. This was, if Biden is elected, there's a good chance you will be dead within the year. Republicans will be hunted. Okay, that is the basis. Now, dude, no Republicans were hunted when Biden was in office. Nobody was dead in a year. Nobody got hunted. Nobody got like rolled up into camps. Nobody got, I mean, dude, they didn't even tax the churches. You know what I'm saying? Biden didn't even kill the filibuster. They didn't even fix the fucking extremely partisan and you know, billionaire paid off Supreme Court, right? That's being occupied by upside down flag like waving insurrectionists, you know? But like, dude, this is delusional. This is delusional, guys. But Elon is like bringing this shit back up. And people were calling him out for it too, right? And look at this. He says, we cannot share a country with those who want us dead. So, all right, so Matt Vance, what does that mean, buddy? Like, are you guys leaving? Because we're not leaving. So you can either share the country with us or you can get out. Or, like, what? What's your solution here, Matt Vance with his we cannot share a country? What's their solution? What is he proposing here? You know, that he can't share a country. And what's more, you ready? You ready? Hold on one sec. I am not fucking whatever, Thomas Crooks. I have not taken a gun and shot at a fucking Republican. I've not shot at Trump. I've never like murdered anyone in my life. I've never even come close to murdering anyone in my life. I don't even get in fights with people. I abhor physical violence. I don't want anybody dead. I want Matt Van Swol to have health care, be able to buy a house, and you know, to live in a world where he's not constantly being harassed by a bunch of, you know, manager asking fucking weirdos, right? But you know what I mean? So like, who, all these people, he shares a country with people who want him dead? Like, who is he sharing the country with? You know what I'm saying? Like, who is he? What is he doing? Is this guy hanging out with serial killers or some shit? Is this guy hanging out with you know, with the you know, the people that Trump is bombing or something? Like, I don't get it. They're pearl clutching cry bullies. Right? They're pearl clutching cry bullies. Meanwhile,
President Donald Trump took to Truth Social, branding Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and 5 other congressional Democrats as traitors who deserve the death penalty.
Over the weekend, Trump effectively said that Milley should be executed for treason.
The president reacting to Mueller's death on Truth Social, saying, "I'm glad he's dead."
Knock the crap out of him, would you? I will pay for the legal fees.
If I say don't hurt him, then the press says, well, Trump isn't as tough as he used to be.
President Trump is responding to Rob Reiner's death, posting on Truth Social. Reiner's death was due to, quote, the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome.
The former president posted this photo of himself getting ready to swing a baseball bat next to a photo of Bragg. Today, Bragg's office received a package containing white powder and a threatening note.
I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
President Trump tweeting, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court.
We had some people, some rough guys like we have right in here, and they started punching back. It was a beautiful thing. I would have been boom, boom, boom. I'll beat that.
He's threatening riots if he gets charged with a misdemeanor.
She says, you know, the quote, potential death and destruction in such a false charge could be catastrophic for our country.
I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. Like when you guys put somebody in the car and you're protecting their head, I said, you can take the hand away, okay? Proud boys. Stand back and stand by. Our country is under siege. We're going to the Capitol to make your voices heard, and you have to get your people to fight, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Huh. Yeah. Gee. Who is, you know, who's the violent one? And guys, you know me. I do not love the Pod Save America guys, okay? I have significant issues with the Pod Save America set because of their milquetoastness and their little like ho-hum, don't upset the apple cart and we're in a great social class kind of vibes. But Jon Favreau, he had a moment today where he tweeted something that I thought is worthy of sharing, okay? It is absolutely worthy of sharing. He's been on the ropes for talking to Hasan, right? Obviously, but where is it? Let me find it. Right. Where was it? Let me find it. It was a respectable fucking tweet. Maybe it was 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗏. No, I think it was him. Hold on, let me find it. Dude. Dude, where is this thing? Dude, I literally know it's here, boss. All right, hold on. Let me see here. I know it was him, dude. Oh, here it is. I found it. Is this? You ready? You ready? Here it is. I thought I'd liked it, but so this is worthy of a read here. Okay? You know, so sincere question. Do Trump supporters who genuinely want to reduce political violence actually think that lobbing transparently hypocritical accusations about the left's rhetoric is in any way effective? Are we really going to go through another cycle where MAGA folks point out incendiary rhetoric on the left without ever acknowledging that some of the most violent and incendiary rhetoric in America comes from the president and his supporters? Do you not think the rest of the country has eyes and ears? It's truly awful that President Trump has been the target of political violence. It's also truly awful how he's frequently talked about his political opponents, accusing them of treason, amplifying calls for their execution, publicly celebrating their death, calling them scum, garbage, vermin, animals. It was like 3 weeks ago that he threatened the annihilation of an entire civilization. It was just a few months ago that he and his White House knowingly smeared 2 Americans who'd been killed by federal agents, and he smeared them as domestic terrorists. I hate political violence. I hate what happened last night. Probably 99% of Americans agree. But let's not insult everyone's intelligence by pretending that the most powerful person in the world isn't a huge part of the problem here. And that is so accurate, guys, is that, like, it is inescapable to me that Donald Trump now is reaping, like, it would appear that if these things are real, he is reaping like a decade of his own violent rhetoric. He has sown nothing but violence and calls for execution and aggression and name calling and belittling and you know, trying to take power over those whenever they're in a weakened state. And now, like, some of that energy is like swinging back at him. It's like the pendulum has come back, and all of the rhetoric he has thrown out into the world is now roosting at his doorstep. And he's like really upset about this. And you know, and that's, to me, we do have to acknowledge this, okay? Because let me just tell you guys, okay? Leadership down, okay? Leadership down. And I don't care what you teach people. I don't care what the laws are. Human beings learn through mimicry, okay? Human beings are mimics. That's how we learn to speak. You don't get taught to speak. You watch other people speak and you imitate the mouth and tongue movements and you learn to speak. We learn through mimicry, which means whatever behavior the leader engages in, shit's gonna get emulated. If the leader is a name caller, the name calling will go down. If the father in the family is a name caller, there's a high probability that all of his sons will be name callers. If the father likes to aggressively attack people, some of those kids are going to aggressively attack people. They're going to model that behavior, okay? That is a fact. The leader sets the tone, guys. They set the tone, man. They just do, okay? And it's like, if we have a political violence problem in the country, then we have to look at our leader, the president in charge, and we have to ask him, like, what of his behavior is helping contribute to this? And that is factual, guys. I mean, this wasn't going on when Biden was president, right? We thought it might go on when Obama was president. But, like, dude, when Trump is president, there are certain types of violence that increase. When Trump is president, anti-Semitic attacks increase, racist attacks increase, domestic violence attacks increase, political violence increases, and anti-LGBTQ violence increases when Trump is in office. And there's a reason. It's because of his behavior. It's because of the tone he sets. Okay? It's the tone he sets, man. Now, that being said, okay, that being said, we're going to go look at some of his clips. All right? We're going to look at his clips, guys. And keep that in mind, what we just talked about violence. Let's go look at some of the clips from the 60-minute thing. Yeah, the anti-socialist or whatever, the communist. Dude, I get attacked as a communist like every fucking day, bro. Okay? You know what I mean? And so I do. And dude, I don't think I'm a communist, you know? I mean, I don't have anything against communism, right? I'm not an anti-communist. I don't hate communism. I think there are certain things in you know, the communist philosophy that like if you could socialize people to not be gluttonous, I think that would be actually amazing, right? Oh yeah, dude. Isn't that crazy? Yes. Natalie reminds us of something, guys, right? Remember? Look at this. Natalie brings up a great point, right? Look at what they literally just did, guys. Trump Justice Department is bringing back firing squads. What's more violent? A firing squad or a, you know, lethal injection? Firing squads. Okay? You want another one, guys? What is more violent? The Department of Defense or the Department of War? Which one do you think is more violent? Yes. Let's think about that. And yes, Gaza was extraordinarily violent. Lebanon is violent, right? Bombing drug boats, bombing fishermen's boats is violent. Even bombing drug boats is violent. If there are drug boats, pull a ship up next to them, commandeer the boat, arrest those guys. But murdering drug traffickers, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me a fucking break. Yeah, that's a good point. Dude, we need to tweet this. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Department of War. Huh. Yeah, war fighters. Remember? Dude, remember they got so upset about like the word toxic masculinity, right? Remember the phrase toxic masculinity? Toxic masculinity got them all worked up. Dude. Because they want men that are violent, okay? They do, man. They literally, the right wing loves violence. They love war. They love firing squads. They love capital punishment. They love the Department of War. They love when protesters get their asses kicked, okay? They love, like, stand your ground laws and people shooting people who break into their house. They love when cops will, like, you know, somebody doesn't comply and gets murdered, okay? They cheer that shit on. They love guns, okay? They do. They love violence. They adore it. They adore it. They cherish it. They want men to be aggressive and manly and toxic and rough. And right? They love that shit. They live for that shit. They want to bring back public executions so they can go watch violent acts. So don't tell me that we're the violent ones, because we're not. Okay? Don't tell me. That's not true. Okay? All of that shit is like a no, man. You know? Yeah, dude, MMA. There you go. They're going to have MMA face beatings on the fucking White House lawn. Like, give me a break. Okay? They love that shit. They live for that shit. Now, the minute, though, any of that shit like bleeds into their area, they are like, how dare you? How dare you? They like, oh my God. But like, bro, if you want to get rid of killing, okay, you have to socialize your society to disrespect all violence. Okay? Seriously. If you want your society to not have killers, you can't kill with the military. You got to have cops that don't kill. You got to like raise kids in homes where there's no violence used to punish them. Right? You have to like, you know, get rid of things where people just beat the fucking shit out of each other for sport. And you got to make the concept of being violent as awkward and uncomfortable as the concept of like cannibalism, right? And if you do that, if you make it so violence is just something that is like, wow, that's so harmful to the fabric of the world. And if you raise kids in a world where violence is like a place we don't go, but your rage is something that gets addressed, then you could have a world with significantly less violence. I mean, I think it's twofold, though. On the one hand, you have to agree that violence is unnecessary and harmful. But on the other hand, you have to be willing to acknowledge the fear in all of us that exists underneath our rage, because we're all filled with a lot of fear. And that fear usually manifests in much more controllable ways through anger or extreme rage. And like, we would have to address that shit. We would have to address those issues, you know? But it's possible, you know, it's possible. I mean, I was raised in an environment with a lot of violence. There was like, you know, hitting of children with straps and broomsticks and other hard objects. There were fists put through doors and walls and occasionally like a kicked out window. There were like, you know, like people slammed against refrigerators and cabinets and thrown into like tables and chairs and like really like hardcore stuff. And it was just normal. It happened all over the place. And I was able to like raise a kid not like that. You know, it is possible. Like, you don't have to be conditioned by that shit, you know? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of room for us to grow on that. But anyway, you ready? You ready? Let's watch a little bit of Trump shit, shall we? Okay.
You mentioned the First Lady. Her face, she looked very alarmed. Was she scared?
Well, I don't want to say, and people don't like having it said that they were scared, but certainly, I mean, who wouldn't be when you have a situation like that? By that time, I think she realized ahead of time that that was more of a bullet than it was a tray. And she was, I looked at her face just a little while ago before I came. I saw the scene. They played it for me and, you know, pretty.
He was smirking, by the way.
Good close up. And she looked very upset about what just took place. You know, why not?
You see the you mentioned the First Lady.
Dude, by the way, here's the photo of her. Right? There's Trump. Yeah. He's like, He's just wondering if she's really upset. Oh, if you're that upset, who's going to change my diaper? Dude, Trump diva. All right, diva, we're going to make our way through here. Okay? Dude.
Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. Oh. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slow. They said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, you know, I'm telling guys.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the service, you were telling them to wait?
Well, I know what happened is then I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also, but we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
they wanted you almost to crawl.
I was standing up.
And then he got back up, so they asked you to go down, and then you got back up, huh? Oh, yeah, that's a nice story. They ask you to go down, then they're like, no, we want you back up. Just in case he is in the ballroom, we want you up, Trumpy. Dude.
I was standing up and then turned around the opposite direction and started pretty much walking out, pretty tall, a little bent over because I'm not looking to be standing too tall. And but I was walking out. It was about halfway there, and they said, please go down to the floor, please go down to the floor. So I dropped to the floor, so did the First Lady.
What was your...
Yeah, and then you got back up. All right, dude, here we go.
I did.
You can see the gunman running through the metal detectors, and he fired off 1 or 2 rounds.
His speed was rather incredible, actually. He was like a blur.
How did he get that close with the place swarming with security?
I will say, look, I say it because I'm a big fan of the people of law enforcement. And, you know, some of these people, they may be crazy, but they're not stupid, and they figure things out. He ran 45 yards, they say, and he just went to it, and then, boom, he popped through it. I mean, he ran like, I think the NFL should sign him up. He was fast. When you look at it on tape, it's almost like a blur.
Right.
But it was amazing, because as soon as they saw that...
Dude, the NFL should sign him up, because he was fast. Dude.
You could see them draw their guns. They were so professional, aim their guns, and then they took them down immediately.
See, what's interesting about this is how, like, there's, like, nobody monitoring that hallway. They're all just fucking sitting around. They're all standing around, right? I mean, there is, if you look at the video, this guy does draw his gun, okay? This guy, this person right here, right, this cop right here does draw his gun. He actually pulls his gun out. It's a little hard to see, but...
You can see the gunman.
But if you look at it, watch that guy. That guy does draw a gun and turn. This guy down here does. Everybody else was like sleeping on it. Yeah, I mean, guys, one thing I commented about was this, okay? Was if you look at the guy who did it, right? You look at the guy who did it, he is, you know, he's like not white, okay? He's a man of color. If a normal situation, if a man of color disobeys the cops, they're ready to, like, guns drawn and, like, put him in a box, like, almost instantaneously. But here, a man of color had a shotgun and just ran through this place and nobody felled him. Like, that's weird, guys. Seems very unrealistic. You know what I'm saying? Seems very unrealistic. All right, here we go.
Do you think this will change your relationship with the press?
Well, look, for whatever reason, we disagree on a lot of subjects. I mean, we talk about crime. I'm very strong on crime. It seems like the press isn't. It's not so much the press, it's the press plus the Democrats, because they're almost one and the same. It's like the craziest thing. I have the strongest border we've ever had in the country, where, as you know, it said 0 people for 9 months came into our country through our southern border. We have a very tough border.
Yeah, no one cares, boss, right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, he's just like, it's so funny watching him because he does the same shit in every interview, but like nobody cares. I know that they care during the elections talking about closing the border, but nobody fucking cares. Okay. I mean, they closed the border. Okay, great. Nobody's coming in and you're removing people. And guess what? There's still no jobs. Housing is still way expensive and everything's getting more expensive every day. So the things you're doing aren't doing anything. They're not working. Okay. You're spending millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, and none of that shit is affecting our quality of life. So there you go. Congrats. You've done a couple of things that don't benefit us at all, and you're spending tens of millions of dollars to do it. Okay? So I don't know what you want. It's like no one's going to give you an award for a border when it costs $20 to fucking buy some hamburger. Okay? And why would they? Oh, thank you for closing the border, Trumpy. I'm glad my hamburger is $27. Thank you. Dude, I just had to take out a loan to take my fucking family to Arby's. Thank you, Trumpy. Right? I had to take out a loan to go to Wendy's. Appreciate it. Glad you closed the border, boss. Oh, and you didn't cap interest rates. So now I'm paying 27% on the fucking loan I took out to go to fucking Wendy's. Right? You know? It's like, dude, what are we doing? I want to make sure I haven't missed anybody back here. All right, good. Dude, let's go. Let's go, dude. I can't wait until he becomes a blur pine box now. Felicia, let's go. Dude, it'll be nice when Trump is in the rear view mirror. Yeah, and people did mention, threatening civilization. We're going to war. He's crashed the world economy between his tariffs and, the attack on Iran. He is like slammed the world fucking economy, which like no one's going to say nice shit to you when you strong arm them and ruin their fucking experience, right? I mean, think about this. Okay, think about this, guys. If I go to a party, okay, and I go in and I like plunge their toilet so their toilet works again. They have a clogged toilet. I go in there and plunge the toilet, get that shit working, right? Make sure the back fence is locked. And then if I fucking smash all of their crystal glassware and kick a few windows out and ransack their fucking living room and just decimate the fucking the electrical wiring in the house. And then I'm like, hey guys, good. I punched their grandma in the face. And then on my way out, I'm like, hey, but who plunged your toilet and fucking fixed the back gate, right? Ooh, me, right? You love me, don't you? It's like, come on, bro, right? Dude, you did like 2 good things, and then you took a wrecking ball to the rest of the fucking vacation home, dude. And you're wondering why everyone's like, yo, why you taking a wrecking ball to the vacation home there, Grumpy? Dude. But hey, I fixed the toilet, right? Dude, all right, here's the one, though. You ready? This is the one right here. I know it's much more likely for Trump to plug the toilet. While we're on the toilet plugging, okay, as long as we did bring up toilet plugging, as long as we brought up toilet plugging, yo, homies, what the fuck is this, bro? Dude, What do you mean? What is this? Oh, that's my double wide diaper. Yo, Trumpy. Yo, yeah, political punk here. Yo, homie. Dude, what do you got attached to your ass, boss? That diaper looks like you got a couple bricks in there, bro. Is that like some cinder block storage? What the fuck you doing, bro? Jesus Christ, no wonder you're so goddamn ornery. That is, bro. Who cleans that shit? Dude, does Lil Marco clean that shit? God damn, dude. Dude, you need to put that thing away. Fuck you. Dude, oh shit. Bro, what the fuck is going on over here, boss? You know what I mean? Like honestly, when I looked at this, I was like, does he have a colostomy? You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I thought he maybe had a colostomy or something, but that would be on the front, right? This is just really like, dude, I don't know what is going on. His diapers come with a tray, dude. Like something savage is like going on there, boss, right? Like, I don't know if like JD is hidden under there. Is he sitting on JD? Right? I mean, there's not going to be a colostomy on his ass. You know? I don't know. I don't know what it is. If it's a little unit that like teleports him to Epstein Island or something. Right? That is some fucked up shit, bro. Bro. That is crazy, dude. Dude, he just looks... When I look at him, he's just a fucking slob, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's what like kind of bothers me the most is he just looks like a slob. He does. Like Trump is just a slob, dude. He is. He's like, you know, he's got so much money, but he always looks like he's wearing a cheap suit and cheap shoes and cheap bronzer, fucking discolored face. He's got a fucking double wide diaper, right? With some, I don't know what he's got back there, right? He's got a bag of like fucking muffins or some shit that he stole from the craft table or what, dude? He just looks like a slob. Dude, he does though. I mean, that looks like some fucking, you know, some Tone Loc shit, dude. Dude, right? That is like a Tone Loc diaper right there, bro. Dude, right? That is some Tone Loc defecation going on. Jesus. All right. Here's the clip, though. So... we're about to see the guy who is, you know, enough with the violence, he says. Let's tone down the rhetoric, he says. Let's have some unity, he says. All right, you ready? Here we go.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this. I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, you know, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, you know, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
the
other thing in
dude, like she never even brought up Trump's name. It literally said the guy was like the line of the manifesto. Right? Hold on. You ready? The line. Dude, it's like that story I tell about all the president's men, where they're like, yeah, Haldeman said he had nothing to do with Watergate. Well, wouldn't you expect him to say that? I never asked about Watergate. I asked him what were his duties at the White House, and he just started talking about Watergate. Dude, she literally just read the manifesto, quote, okay? And like, you know what I'm saying? And like, dude, his fucking, right? All it said was, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. He doesn't say anything about that. And dude, Trump just went off. Trump was like, that's him. Trump is like, Trump thinks he himself is the pedophile, the rapist, and the traitor. I mean, guys, you know, all I could say when I watched this is I was like, dude, I literally, when I saw this, I had a reaction, guys. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me show you. Because there was, right? I mean, there are several copies of this clip going around, but like, it was this, okay? Ready? When I said, that's exactly how we'd expect a pedophile and a rapist to respond. I shit you not, okay? What's crazy about this is like, I mean, whether you think Trump is whatever, if you read a comment of somebody saying something about a pedophile and a rapist, and you read that comment to someone who was a pedophile and a rapist, they would probably get really defensive, even if you weren't talking about them. Like, they would instantly get on the defense. He literally, I mean, she was reading the manifesto, and he immediately jumped to, like, he was being personally attacked. And then he, like, shamed her. How dare you read that? And like, whoa, dude. All she did was read the manifesto, and you started flipping out as though you are a pedophile and a rapist, boss. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but that was a pedophile and rapist response to the manifesto statement. I mean, there wasn't even a question. Like, whoa, bro. Right? I mean, if somebody starts reading to me a passage about somebody being a pedophile and a rapist, I'd be like, huh, all right. I would not be like, you talking to me? Stop talking to me like that. Stop calling me that. Dude, you know, like, even when people do call me a pedo, and they do often, okay, I get it a lot. When I was in the gaming industry, guys, I used to get it all the time because I was an old guy playing a game that young people played. So anytime I interacted with the youth, I got called a pedo in some way or a groomer. But like, dude, that never bothered me because it's just not true, right? It's just not true, boss. You know, there's no reason to even get kerfluffled by it. But boy, look at his face, though. Look at him. There he is. He's like, oh, Oh, you know about that, do you? Oh, you found out. Oh, no. Don't worry, Melania knows. Oh, come here, Melania. Oh, I shit my pants. Dude. Yeah, that shit is crazy. I mean, we can read this real quick. It is pretty fucking bizarre. All right. I mean, I'll go through it. It says, hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all those who still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Why did he leave Patel out? Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, AKA unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, National Guard, same as hotel security. Yes, it is very weird. I've done real good with not shitting pants in 2025. Dude, this shit, I mean, doesn't it read a little bit like the Charlie Kirk shooters manifesto? I feel like it's almost like the same manifesto. Like, I don't know, dude, it feels similar. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people choose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. Rebuttals to objection. Objection 1, as a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal, turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in their oppressors' crimes. Objection 2, this is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal, I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3, you didn't get them all. Rebuttal, gotta start somewhere. Objection 4, as a half black, half white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Rebuttal, I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Objection 5, yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Rebuttal, the United States of America are ruled by the law, not by any one or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield them anything so lawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people, since I will not be likely to be able to talk with them again unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. Thank you for my family. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over these 31 years. Thank you to my friends for your companionship over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over the many jobs for your positivity and professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. Thank you to the many acquaintances I met in person and online for short interactions and long-term relationships for your perspectives and inspiration. Thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cold Force Friendly Federal Assassin, Alan. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're just pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walked in with multiple weapons, and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country actually gets competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn 𝗏 in here and no one would have noticed shit. Actually insane. Oh, and if anyone is curious is how doing something like this feels, it's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will. For all the people whose trust this betrays, I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids. So that's the manifesto. But like, I don't know, dude, that's weird too. The two different tones is pretty bizarre, right? The way it shifts gears in the middle. I don't know, man. Just everything about this is weird. But yeah, so let's watch a couple more of these clips, okay? And you ready? Here we go.
The other thing in the manifesto that I think is worth looking at in terms of determining his motive is he had been staying at the hotel since Friday. He checked in, he said he had cased the place, and he wrote, "What the hell is the Secret Service doing?" And he wrote this quote, "I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing." He wrote, like, this level of incompetence is insane. Sir, you have already had two attempted...
Well, he was pretty incompetent, too, because he got caught. And he got caught pretty easily. So I'd say he was pretty incompetent, too. You know, I could take any event having to do with security or anything else. I can always find fault. Those guys did a good job last night. They did a really good job.
But there was no security at this event. We've seen it from Kari Lake. We have seen it from multiple people that were there even commented on it about how there was no security. They weren't going through bags. They weren't checking people. They weren't even looking at tickets. Like, everything was just lackadaisical and nobody paying attention to anything. Okay? And dude, I believe, guys, I believe that a huge portion of this it comes from the leadership again. Okay? That Trump's leadership is not about doing a good job ever. He doesn't do a good job. He's not thorough. He's not careful. He's not strategic. He is not thoughtful. So all of his people under him are going to be just as reckless and unconcerned about doing things like properly. Okay? They just want to cash money. That's it. They are low IQ, yes, and they're incompetent. They're a bunch of DEI hires, right? Their words, not mine. But I thought it was pretty interesting, though, the way he says, well, he was pretty incompetent too, right? You notice the twos in there? He was pretty incompetent too. So I would say he was pretty incompetent too. Okay, well, we don't really care if he's incompetent. I mean, you can be happy he is, but wouldn't you be concerned about the incompetence of your own staff? He's like, yeah, the Secret Service are incompetent. But that shooter was incompetent too. Now, guys, I can't get beyond, I'm telling you right now, and I've been searching this all day, but I can't get beyond feeling like this was staged, okay? That this was a setup. I just can't get beyond that feeling, guys. And part of it is because literally the minute this shit was done, like the minute this thing was done, bro, there was this, okay? Every right-winger out there was like, this is why Trump needs to build the White House ballroom. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. Thank God Trump is building a ballroom. Now you know why the left is suing to block Trump's privately funded White House ballroom. We need the White House ballroom. I don't want to hear one more fucking criticism of Trump's new ballroom. Now you know why they don't want Trump to build a ballroom in the White House. I don't want to hear another word from Democrats about the White House ballroom. The Democrat judges who stopped the construction of the ballroom did so to enable an assassin. Dude, no other presidents have had a ballroom. Like, what the fuck, guys? Nobody, right? Nobody has ever had a ballroom. No one's ever needed it. They have Secret Service. Tonight is one more reason for the White House Trump ballroom. If only there was a ballroom at the White House. The White House ballroom is looking better and better. Would be real nice if the White House had its own ballroom, huh? Build the White House ballroom now. We'd better never again hear a peep from anyone complaining about a White House ballroom. And when Democrats don't get their way, they get dangerous. Build the White House ballroom ASAP. Now, guys, all of these tweets were within like 15 minutes. 15 minutes, guys. Okay? Right? Now, I want to zip over to Ashley St. Clair for a minute. Okay? Right? You ready? Let's watch Ashley St. Clair. She used to be in this crowd, and she had a little something to say about this. Oops, sorry.
That all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion,
meteor.
Not probable, okay? I think it's also important to note that one of the main group chats in which they coordinate this messaging is literally called Fight, Fight, Fight after the attempt on Trump's life in Butler. Okay, and this has the official Trump War Room, members of the administration, including James Blair, and all your favorite MAGA influencers.
Right? So she outs them, okay? She confirmed that the White House runs group chats telling them what to post, okay? They actually have a group chat, okay? They have a group. I mean, she showed you the chat right there. That's called Fight, Fight, Fight. So the White House has a bunch of administration people and all of these influencers, and they're literally feeding Trump propaganda to them in fucking unison, man. And like, guys, dude, what the hell, bro? That is like insane that these right-wing influencers are essentially like an American TASS, okay? It is like an American task already existing where the White House is coordinating the social media propagandizing. And then, I mean, you saw those tweets, guys. Like, holy fucking shit. These are all the same tweet, okay? And the combined reach of all of these people, the combined reach, guys, is like 15 million on Twitter, okay? It's a lot of reach. That's a lot of reach, guys. And somebody at the White House is group chatting that shit. Isn't that crazy?
Seth and I are cool. Okay. We hashed it out. We should have hashed it out on Instagram Live because honestly it was kind of funny. But we're cool. Love Seth. Someone needs to take his Twitter away though. I just don't think he thinks what things will look like before he tweets, to be honest.
Dude, that face. All right. So here, what do we have here?
Cerno has
wait, so this is 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪. 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪 said, scummy people, and even some I see as friends. Oh shit, sorry. Hold on, I gotta pause this. It says, scummy people, and even some I see as friends or friendlies posted a screenshot to make it look like I'm in group text. Check the timestamp. I can't help it that my ideas are the best and lead the way. Also, it was a friend who first raised the issue. Anyway, don't ankle bite. Right? And so he's like saying, oh, I'm not in a group chat. 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪 is insisting. By the way, 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪 is a fucking abuser. Okay, just for the record. But all right, let's go on to her.
Cerno has actually been like quite nice to me privately. So whatever. But also, Michael, your tweet was included because that screenshot was from someone else, and I can't go on Twitter to get my own screenshots because they're suing me. But I also showed the actual group chat with the profile pictures of the people who are in there, and it's not my fault that your opinion is just as dumb as the other cerebral speed bumps who are coordinating the messaging. I don't know what to tell you there. Also, very dumb to say the Democrat judge did this to kill Trump. Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on. Also, I just think it's quite funny that 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪 is calling me an ankle biter because it was just last year that we were working together, buddy. We were ankle biting together. If I'm an ankle biter, you are chief ankle biter because you taught me how to ankle bite. You were the first person to give me a platform. You are the reason that this menace exists. So just blame yourself, buddy. You were the reason me and Candace Owens exist. I don't know what to tell you. Should be mad at yourself, man. Love you. One more thing on 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪. While he might not be in these group chats, he knows damn well other people are. He knows damn well that people coordinate this messaging. He knows damn well that everyone's lining their pockets. He even did a whole thing on the Qatari money flowing through Republican politics. So, also, I vehemently disagree with him. He's going to get these judges killed. Saying that the judges did this to kill Trump, you need to log offline. I'm telling you, you need to log offline. Your brain is broken, bro.
See, that though, so I guess he's not in the group chats, but he was included in the group tweet. However, she makes a good point there, right? How he's the Democrats are stopping the ballroom to get Trump killed. But no, the judges that are stopping the ballroom are dealing with a fucking lawsuit. They're right. Presidents have existed for 250 years with no ballroom. So shut the fuck up about the ballroom. They act like no president can survive without a ballroom. Now, if you say no to the ballroom, you're killing the president. Give me a fucking break, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
And by the way, 𝗙cy𝗍𝗪, you should be very happy that I'm calling out these coordinated influencer groups and messaging, because that's what got you in this situation. That's you. With the fake bullshit Epstein binder. Okay?
Whoopsie!
That whole thing, this disaster, was put together by the same group that pays influencers for these campaigns and messaging. that they do not have to disclose to their audience. This wasn't paid for, by the way. But that's who got you in this mess, Cerno. I'm helping you. Come on, Cernovic, dish it out. Who invited you to the Epstein binder debacle? Because guess what? It's the same people paying all the influencers. You're not in the group chat, so dish it out. How'd you end up in this situation with all the people who are in the group chat?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Oh, everybody who's in that group chat ended up in the binder space, and you were in the binder space. So if you're not in the group chat, what, they send you an extra invite? They sent it out to the group chat, and then they just emailed him separately and said, hey, Mikey the Abuser, would you like to come to the binder party? I mean, that's pretty fascinating, isn't it?
Curious minds would like to know. I can't believe they insinuated I was in the group chats. Everybody knows I just hang out with the group chat people and all the paid influencers. I can't believe this. This is a dishonor by ankle biters.
Dude, that fucking... I'm sorry, that face kills me. But yeah, that's pretty wild, huh? That we have not gotten the Benny Johnson yet. I want to do a quick sidebar here, guys, because we haven't gotten the Benny Johnson yet. Although I will say that I did tag Benny in a tweet here because it has been, in fact, where is it? It has been, in fact, 140 days, boss. Okay? Well, we'll deal with Benny separately. I want to finish this. So we're going to finish up on the Trump thing here. Okay? Now, dude, let me just show you guys, right? Let me just show you this, okay? That, this, where is it? Hold on. It is this, guys. I saw this little graphic online. You ready? I thought this graphic was interesting. From Caroline Stout, okay? She is pretty funny, Ashley St. Clair. I mean, I've always liked her. I just abhorred her politics. I don't understand how people go into right-wing politics. Because right-wing people are so gross, dude. They are. They're so gross. But look at this graphic right here. Because this is really interesting. Okay, you ready? It says, so, here's the facts. Judge rules Trump cannot build ballroom for non-security reasons without congressional approval. Trump attends the White House Correspondents' Dinner for the first time as a POTUS. Right? Carolyn Levitt says shots will be fired in the room in her pre-dinner interview. A gunman somehow gets a major weapon into the building and through security. Some shots are fired and then he's taken into custody, but nobody gets shot. Then Trump immediately holds a press conference and says, wow, this is why we need the ballroom. And then immediately after that, they put out to the group chat to all of the right-wing influencers that we need a ballroom. And in fact, they have now been refraining this. Like all day, they have been talking about the ballroom, tagging senators and representatives and saying, you need to get the ballroom done. Like it is like their new SAVE Act is now talking about the ballroom. And because they've been like, required of it. So, I mean, that's a weird set of coincidences, isn't it? Isn't it weird? Isn't it a weird set of coincidences? I mean, that's pretty wild, guys. That is like a 1 in a million shot, guys. 1 in a million. Ah. Dude, pretty Pretty crazy. The ballroom will only hold 1,000. Dude, we don't need a fucking ballroom that holds 1,000 people. Okay? We do not need a ballroom that holds 1,000 people attached to the fucking White House, guys. Okay? We literally don't need it. But yeah, I have not been able to shake. I have not been able to shake that this has felt like a political setup. And certainly Trump's interview with the press on 60 Minutes didn't change that feeling for me. It did not. It did not change that feeling for me that, you know, when I saw the clips of his interview where he just seemed combative and right, because he, for a moment there, he's like, oh, we need to find unity. We don't want to use violence, right? We got to respect each other. And then he immediately gets in an interview and is like screaming at the women or telling her to be ashamed of herself or this, that, the other. Like he's literally a dick, like 2 fucking seconds. Right? He is. He's literally a dick 2 seconds later. You know? You know what I mean? I mean, even this fucking comment right here, dude. Right?
He had attended a No Kings protest in California.
No Kings. Yeah.
What did security tell you about what may have been his motives?
The reason you have people like that is you have people doing no kings. I'm not a king. What I am, if I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you.
He had attended a no...
Yikes. If I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you. Right? All right. Thank you, Trumpy.
Also at the dinner last night was your secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah. His sister, Carrie Kennedy, was there. They've both witnessed their father and their uncle be assassinated.
That's right.
Erica Kirk was there. The House Majority Leader, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍 was there.
Yeah.
Political violence has touched so many people in that room. Is there something that you as president can do? What can be done to change the trajectory?
Well, you know, you go back 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. It's always been there. People are assassinated, people are injured, people are hurt. And I'm not sure that there's any more now than there was. I do think that the hate speech of the Democrats, much more so, is very dangerous. I really think it's very dangerous for the country.
Dude, the hate speech of the Democrats, right? Dude, 500 years. Yeah, those 500-year-old Democrats were really the problem, guys. That's what it was, dude. Dude. Oh. Where was the shooter in a video with Usha? Is that accurate? Dude, you like that? 500 years ago? They're right, 500 years ago? The Democrats were brutal. Oh shit, dude. There it is. Let's see what we got.
College student 𝗙𝗍𝗋𝗧
There he is.
College student 𝗙𝗍𝗋𝗧 developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of seniors.
Oh, there she is.
14 different tech startups got to present to over 350 people in the hopes of getting their projects into some sort of senior health facilities. College student.
Dude, I mean, so again, though, guys, right? You're saying it's AI fake? I mean, it could be, but let's find out. I mean, we're not seeing any news coverage, right? You are seeing it on, well, here's a Channel 5 News Boston. Is it? I mean, dude, it could absolutely be fucking fake. It right now it's just in fucking, you know, all of these whatever like bullshit things, right? You know what I'm saying? It's on Facebook pages and it's not on any news sites. It's just on fucking whatever, right? But here, let me just say this, guys, okay? You ready? So let me say a couple of things. Like, one is, Natalie says that's not Usha. Even if that was Usha, okay? Even if it was Usha, let's just say on the premise, let's say the video was real. That's not proving anything. If the vice president's wife was at a conference and there was a person who had invented something at the conference and they made a video, they would certainly put the vice president's wife in the video. You know what I mean? But, you know, even if it was real, that wouldn't mean that they were like tied together, okay? But again, you know, that this video's not being shown by anyone, right? It's not, it's only in these weird like Hindustan Times fucking things. And so it may not even be real. Okay. And here's another one who says that's not Usha Vance. But even if it was Usha Vance, right? Even if it was her, it wouldn't matter, right? You know, two people being at a convention and ending up in the video, right? Like, dude, if I end up in a TwitchCon video that they use a news video about TwitchCon, that doesn't mean I fucking hung out with the other people in the video, okay? You know, those types of correlations are a real stretch, okay? Just so you know. But I think that's fake video. I mean, you know, he may very well have been in there. We'll see if the news picks it up. But, you know, I just think this is more bullshit. Right? Right? I'm pretty sure this is fucking bullshit. Because nobody reputable is passing this thing. You know? It looks, I mean, he may well have been in a video, like he may have been in a video. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know, because he was in, you know, although I don't think he was making wheelchair things. He was making fucking, you know, he was definitely doing other types of science. He was an engineer, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, but I think, guys, if this were a real clip, you would be seeing it on news channels. Okay? The fact that it's on from National Chronicle, right? Restoring a relationship with truth, guys. Anytime something online says something about truth, you know they're usually full of shit. Dude, yeah, these guys do not have the fucking... I don't think these guys have the answers here. Right? All right? Yeah, I think that shit's fake. Hindustan plus. Yeah, all right. Dude, where do you guys get this shit? Dude, seriously. I swear, I see so many people. Though, that put shit inside like the Discord and shit too, that are like a lot of this stuff. You gotta Google it, you know? If it's not being picked up by any legitimate news source, if it's just in Hindustan Times, you know it's fake. Right? You know that shit is phony. The IDF pick is real. I don't know that the IDF pick is real either, guys. I've not seen that confirmed. I'll wait until Snopes covers that, until somebody actually until somebody actually fact checks it. I don't know. It could be, but again, you ready for this? Somebody could wear an IDF sweatshirt and not be in the IDF, okay? Or somebody could wear an IDF sweatshirt and be deeply involved with them. You know what I mean? But again, I haven't actually seen it confirmed yet. So we'll see, because guys, let me just tell you straight up, I'm going to give you a media literacy 101. Okay, you ready? The first thing, okay? The first thing. So the thing is though, 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗧, here's the deal. You ready? And it's not about being brainwashed, 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗧. The thing about news channels, okay, is news channels certainly aren't going to tell you everything, but news channels are required to meet legal standards because they can get sued, okay? And believe me, if there is something as big as like the vice president's wife being in a video with a fucking killer, they're going to like put that on the news if it's true, right? So it's not about being brainwashed, boss. It's about the very fact of community notes on Elon's website use mainstream media as their proof. Why? Because of legal standards, okay? Because of legal standards, guys. That's why. So let's see, Snopes, what did they say here? So what was their final thing? They're looking at, oh, the pants. They're looking at some AI certain things. Incomplete table legs. Pants are too wide. The pants become one with the chair. Okay. So they're saying that they can't confirm it, but that, what does it say here? They have not found any primary sourcing to confirm the veracity of the image. So they're not giving it. And a reverse image search revealed no start. Okay. And then, but they did look at some items here. Let's see if we can see them here. And again, though, and again, boss, like, you're probably going to argue all night, but I'm going to nip it in the bud right now. Is the fact of the matter is the news is not the only reliable source. Oh, if I don't see it on the news, it doesn't exist. But that's not the way it works. But if it is a major newsworthy event, somewhere on the news or some major like news journalist that is in the industry that does a legal fucking like pays attention to the legality of their printing will in fact cover it. Whether it's a Ken Klippenstein or a Glenn Greenwald, like somebody that is a legitimate journalist will likely cover it. Okay. Number two is when you see it only being spread across Twitter and Facebook and all of these meme sort of accounts that are known for disinformation, you can almost guarantee that it is not true. Okay, because the regular news sites look at all those misinformation sites, guys. They absolutely do. Okay, everybody's looking for a scoop. My God, it's like everybody wants the scoop. A scoop of something that no other news station has is worth like millions of fucking dollars, boss. So no reputable journalist is going to find something on a meme site and look into it and find, wow, this is really true. And then they're going to just not cover it, right? You know? Right? It's like, come on, man. You know, I mean, this idea. All right, so here's the image, but so, you know, yeah, I mean, dude, we obviously don't know if this is real, but, you know, It doesn't, like, these types of images are fucking huge, right? Yeah, but so Johnny Fox News, though, is not a legitimate news source, okay? It is not. Fox News is not legitimate news. They even call themselves an entertainment, like, thing. They lie all the time, okay? They absolutely lie. They're not a news station, okay? They have very different standards than the mainstream media do. Now, that doesn't mean that mainstream media won't be pressured by the government or other institutions to not declare something. I'm not saying that mainstream media won't leave shit out, because they absolutely will. Okay, if they think it's in the public interest, or if they're being pressured by the government or what have you. But what I'm saying about mainstream is they have legal departments that look into shit, and if they can't find information that verifies something, they won't share it. And you know, Hindustan Times does not have that. And so 99 times out of 100, if you see something on Hindustan Times and no regular news station is touching it, it's bullshit. And I vow any of you fuckers who disagree with me to show me one fucking thing, right? Show me one thing that you found on Hindustan Times that is actually true that all the mainstream media didn't do. Dude, fuck off. All right? Seriously, you just want to argue. Go away. Go away. Fuck off. No, I'm not doing that shit anymore. Get lost. Get lost. Dude, seriously, I'm not going to argue with somebody. Oh, mainstream media. Oh, I don't believe the media. Fuck off. Let's go. Yeah. Who's arguing? Nobody. Let's go. Oh. Dude, the gauntlet has been thrown. Dude, I'm not having the fucking, the arguments about the mainstream media. Like, fuck off. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, somebody who says you're brainwashed. Oh, you're brainwashed. Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? You're full of shit. Dude, yeah, the people, you know, dude, and it's always somebody who believes the Bible, too, that tells me I'm brainwashed, right? It's like somebody that believes there's a sky daddy waiting for him to take them onto a sea of eternal boobies. And they're like, but no, you're brainwashed. Oh, okay, I get it. I'm brainwashed. Let's go. Oh, shit. Yeah. Dude, I mean, guys, I know people who work in media, okay? I do. I know people who work at the Washington Post. I know people who work in my local news stations. And guys, they have legal standards, okay? Like people in the journalism business, there are legal requirements. That doesn't mean that they don't slant things. That doesn't mean that they don't have a perspective. They absolutely do. They play with words. They clickbait. There's a lot of shit. Sometimes they get it wrong, okay? But 95% of the time, something that appears in the mainstream media is going to be more close to being true than anything in an independent, unknown internet rag or shit being shared on Twitter. And that's just factual, guys. They have a very rigorous system that they go through before they put something on the air because of the financial responsibilities that are involved. You know, they absolutely do. Dude, it's like, and that is why, you ready? That is why, guys, if you go to Twitter, if you go to Instagram, if you go to any of these places that have community notes, the community notes will be mainstream media sources. You'll never see Hindustan Times being used as the defense for a Twitter community note, but you will see an ABC report or a CNN report, right? But you will not see Hindustan Times You won't, dude. It's just the way it goes, boss. Right? But again, that doesn't mean they're perfect. That doesn't mean everything they say is gospel. But you know, media literacy, okay? If you, and you know, to finish my talk on media literacy, if somebody says to you, oh, you believe CNN, you're brainwashed, that person has no media literacy. That person has been taught that every mainstream media outlet is a liar and an obfuscator, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? That is what I'm fucking saying, right? Right? Oh, Pine Box Dance Party, let's do it. Dude. Oh, you're brainwashed. Oh, you watch the media. Give me a fucking break. Dude, I know Washington Post reporters. They're not brainwashed. They're not fucking like reporting lies. Okay? They're not. They're genuine fucking journalists that are like trying to get scoops. Okay? Trying to get scoops. Dude, give me a fucking break, dude. There it is, baby. Let's go. Now, that does not mean, though, guys, like, just for the record, you still have to scrutinize everything you get in the mainstream media, okay? That doesn't mean you don't scrutinize it, okay? Because you have to scrutinize it as well. You can't simply take it as gospel. But guys, I'm just telling you, when shit is on Hindustan Times and the Economist of India, and right, or even if it's Daily Mail UK only, and it is not leaked into any mainstream media outlet or any reputable independent journalist, and it's just like Facebook posts in the Hindustan Times, it is 99% of the time going to be false, okay? And I defy anybody to show me an example where Hindustan Times got it right and no other media outlet did. And you will not have an example of that. None of the people who tell you brainwash will have an example of that. No, they won't. They'll say, but, you know, fucking Epstein's a shapeshifter and Ball came out of Trump's toilet and fucking, you know, and CNN's not covering it. Dude. Give me a fucking break, dude. It's fucking stupid, bro. Brainwashed, right? Let's go. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, the media being bought by the billionaires is concerning, guys. It is concerning. But even then, though, guys, okay, you ready? So, and dude, I don't want to excuse that because we have to break up the media conglomerates like we absolutely do. But even when a billionaire buys, right, Bezos buys the Washington Post, he does not control everybody who works there, guys, okay? Like, they'll buy the Washington Post and they will try to slant things and they will get involved with maybe editorial writing, or they might chime in and try and shift it. But, like, there's a bunch of reporters there that work there that don't agree with whatever that billionaire is. And so it's not like a one-to-one relationship. I think the social media companies are a little more dangerous, guys. I really do. I'm not saying it's not dangerous to buy media, because look at what's going on with CBS. That shit is absolutely dangerous and it's slanted. But even when Ellison takes over CBS, like 40% of that newsroom will be against him, and he won't be able to just control a singular message. Now, however, the social media like TikTok and Twitter where there's an algorithm, that is much more nefarious. So I think we should break up the social media companies first and the television networks, okay? Not like necessarily CNN first, but like the local news networks. Those are really brutal, okay? Like we have to break up those news conglomerates that own like 200 news networks, local news, where all the different local news in the country is getting like one funneled point of view. I think the social media and the local news conglomerates like Sinclair, yeah, those are the starters, okay? Because local news is supposed to be local. But when you have, right, like CNN is a national news network. So you know that that's going to have one fucking, they're broadcasting one thing to the whole thing. But like Sinclair is really dangerous. You know why, guys? Because Sinclair, you have like a small station in West Virginia and a small station in Utah and a small station in Texas and a small station in Minnesota. And they're all giving you like one point of view. And that's weird because West Virginia should be challenging West Virginia. And the local news station in Utah should be challenging the people of Utah. And right? And they should be like including a local flavor, like, you know, 50 different states should not have 50 different local news stations that are all putting forth one point of view. That's where it gets really fucking creepy, right? It does, dude. It does. Like when you go after the local news, because local news is supposed to be like unfettered, you know? Ella, love you, Boston Punks. Let's go. Let's go. But anyway, I wish we had some media literacy, you know? I do. I wish we had some media literacy, like, because a lot of people don't have media literacy, guys. They just don't, you know? It's like, as soon as people find something that supports what they want to believe, they're going to start giving it credence. And I think in general, I think a good philosophy, guys, is to you have to question everything, right? You do. You have to, like, if you hear it on the news or you hear it online or you see it in Facebook, you have to do a responsible searching and examination before you start sharing stuff. I think we all do that. I mean, I know some people I talk to argue, well, if you're active on social media or if you're a media person, you need to, but I think we all need to, okay? I do think we all need to participate in discernment and researching, you know, discernment and doing a little bit of research before we share media, right? You know, and I don't know, guys, one of the things that I find concerning and you know, I can't really do anything about it because I feel like this generation has already gone with it, but I think the trolling has become like a new out. Like people will share something and then they know it's not true. And then when you call them out that it's not true, they just try to, oh, I'm joking and it's a troll. And you're an idiot for even thinking it was real. But like, that's really hard, guys, because, right? That's really hard because some people do think shit is real, you know? And so you do have to be a little bit careful about how you troll, where you have to troll in a way that is obvious that it's not real, or, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I think it's, you know, we have to ask, what is our responsibility? Like, because should we all have a responsibility to share the truth? Because I feel like a lot of people say, well, CNN should tell the truth, and 60 Minutes should tell the truth, and Donald Trump should tell the truth, but like I can fuck around on social media and I can, print, like do nothing but troll and make shit up all the time and put fake shit out there. And I think that's a little bit of a squishy ground, because I think it kind of starts with us. Like if we're not going to be, careful and smart and, media responsible, how can we ask the people above us to be media responsible? I mean, technically they should be walking a narrower road, but it doesn't always work out like that. But I kind of think most things sort of start with us, and you always tell your children, don't believe everything you see. And, I mean, new to this, I don't want to attack you for that, but I personally, guys, though it's very true, don't believe everything you see. I think there's a more responsible way to put it. And that's to like do your own research. Because when you simply say don't believe everything you see, that is like allows somebody to develop a viewpoint where if they want to not believe it, they will just not believe it, because you can't believe everything you see. And I know that like we mean well, like my parents used that philosophy too. But what that philosophy sort of did is it sort of made me grow up with an allowable level of lying to exist, and me to just assume that a bunch of shit out there is untrue and that's okay. And then I had to learn that it's not okay, and that like doing my own research and actually looking for the truth is more important than accepting that there's a lot of lies out there. And that's a tiny nuance that I think we could incorporate into our, like a little bit more of like our personal responsibility into it. That like my parents, because I was raised with that generation, and it's not wrong. You do see a lot of things that are lies, but I think we get conditioned to simply be okay that like there's a bunch of fake shit out there. And so then we just kind of assume that, like for a long time, it was like all politicians are liars. So therefore, voting for a liar is like, well, they're all liars. So why, right? And I think maybe it's time that we don't accept like lies and half-truths and propaganda. Like maybe it's time that we actually like require more, You know what I'm saying? But I will say this though, guys. Media literacy becomes especially important because there's going to be a whole bunch of people in America that are going to never do it. And that's facts. Like a whole bunch of Americans are never going to do the work to be media literate. So that means a whole bunch of us have to go out and correct all the like bad media. And we have to constantly be counteracting the false media and the negative shit. Like we have to continually. That's why I know it sucks with Twitter and some of these social networks, but it's really important that people who are pushing the truth stay on there if you can hack it and keep combating. Like we don't want to give the ecosystem to the propagandists completely, because if you don't shine a light of truth on all those lies, eventually the lie will become the new truth. Like you do have to fight it. People say like, oh, like people tell me, stop talking about Cenk and Anna. And it's like, no, we like more of us need to be talking about Cenk and Anna to the point of where there's nobody out there that doesn't realize that Cenk and Anna are lying and manipulating this shit. The same way with Trump, right? Like we need more people pointing these falsehoods out. I think you have to fight, because the lies even they propagate faster. The truth doesn't go as far. So you need more people like radiating the truth. I believe it's like you have to keep shining a light on it. Dude, sunlight is the best ball tanner. I mean, that's a way of putting it. But you know what I mean? Like, it starts with us. doing your own research. Yeah, but there is something though. You ready? You ready? I want to show you something because I want to show you 𝗙𝗡𝗚𝗧𝗏 said something here. You ready? I think it was 𝗙𝗡𝗏, right, who said, I thought this was interesting, okay? So this is going to be a little, I don't know, it's a little aggressive, but look at what he said here, okay? He said, dude, Anya, let's go. Hindustan Times will do a true coverage about the countries far away from India, which are the truth and super instant. So people tend to think they're legit in everything else. Let's go. Thank you, boss. All right. So where is it? It is this. Let me find it. He had something on here that I thought was really interesting. No. Was it him? I thought it was him. What? Hold on. Let me think of a phrase from this thing. Oh, it was Yashar Ali. Okay. Sorry. I knew it was somebody I knew. I had to think of a phrase that was in it. Well, look at what he says here. Okay. He says, if you say that something is fake, a false flag, a setup, a hoax, a psyop, or staged, before you have gathered any evidence and had a chance to analyze it, you're radicalized. And that radicalization is impacting your ability to assess reality. So he is basically saying that, like, if you're insisting something is fake before you've even looked at any of the footage or looked at any of the evidence, like that's radicalization. And I think there's some accuracy to that. But look at what somebody says in here. Somebody says you're not accounting for the fact that a number of people watch a few TikTok videos and think that counts as analyzing the evidence. But look what he says. He says that is in fact better than nothing. Okay. And that is true. That, like, though certainly if you watch a few TikTok videos, that doesn't give you a sense of, like, the whole picture, but it's at least some information. Or if you've watched a little bit of the videos and developed a feeling, or if you're just talking about, I feel this thing instead of presenting it as total fact. But I think the idea that, you know, that something is, you know what I mean? Like, we have a tendency, the minute you lose an election, it's rigged. But, like, right, it's just easy to fall into these patterns of, you know, if we lose, that means it was rigged. If there's something happens that I didn't want to happen, that means it was made up, right? And so on and so forth. And I think we all do need to be a little bit careful with that shit, all of us. Because, I mean, I jump to those conclusions as well, because I will admit I am fucking radicalized. I am absolutely radicalized. Baby Peach, let's go. I am, dude. I am automatically radicalized to believe that, like, the Trump admin is lying and MAGA is full of shit and people that believe in God are living outside reality. Now, knowing that I am automatically radicalized like that, I have to constantly be checking my own radicalization. Like, I have to at least have a relationship with my own radicalization so I can, you know, I'm not going to become unradicalized. I think now we all are to some degree, but I think you should have an awareness of it so you can at least know when you're operating in that sort of aggressive anti-my-enemy stance versus when, you know, still allowing new information to come in, you know? And I mean, you know, it's like, it's hard. It's hard though. I think AI has really fucked it up a little bit for us though too, guys. I do. I think AI has conditioned us to a type of acceptable non-reality to where now things we don't want to believe we can automatically dismiss as AI, and things we do want to believe, right? It's like shaking our relationship with truth because now we have an out. Even if we don't say it, we can assume, well, maybe that is AI, right? It's like we do have an out from reality. Said, you don't believe it's been rigged until last year? Needed to cover it, took 10 years to work. First time they had the easy ability, right? Need to educate yourself to detect bullshit or misinformation. I think for me, guys, you know what I find helpful? Okay, what I find helpful is just thinking about our bias, okay? Like, and all of us have bias. Like, I am a Democratic, like anti-MAGA, anti-Trump bias, which means the minute I see MAGA do something, I automatically assume the worst. And the minute I see a Democrat do something, I automatically assume the best. But I am like aware of that, right? I mean, there are some people on the left who have a bias against the Democratic Party. I mean, we all have bias. I think it's just helpful for us to acknowledge our bias, okay? Like I will watch, you know, MSNBC, and I love MSNBC, but I also know that MSNBC is going to take an anti-Trump slant. And so what I like to do is I like to go look at the way MSNBC is covering it, and then I like to look at how Fox News is covering it, and then I like to look at how Midas Touch is covering it, and then I like to look at how Hasan and, you know, maybe Emma Vigeland are covering it. And then I start seeing a more full picture because, guys, there simply isn't really a singular truth, right? I know that sounds crazy, but truth, if you've studied the law, if you know anyone who's a lawyer, truth is a perspective, okay? What is true here is not necessarily true from over here, okay? And that's how people win court cases, is you know that you know, accuracy is good. Accuracy is good to aim for, right? But even accuracy though, right? You ready? Accuracy can be a pitfall. You know why? Because there could be 10 primary points and maybe you're incredibly accurate, but you leave out 5 really important points. So you could be more accurate, but less true, right? You know, I mean, it's just hard. Like it is truth as, you know, there is a perspective to truth, you know, but yeah, people understand at different levels. People comprehend things differently, you know. I mean, you guys, I'm sure you see this all the time, right? If I go into something and say, right, like for example, can I show you something? Oh my God, let me show you an example of this. All right, dude, 7 minutes. I got a great example of this. Dude, we need 26. We need 26 and 7. Let's secure this dance party, baby. Let's go. Oh, there's a sample. Thank you for the heads up. 7 minutes. Let's go, baby. Let me show you this great example, guys. Okay? Of this is, it's so good, guys. It is so good, this thing, okay? Because I commented about Hasan and the whatever, the medical, the social murder thing. Remember the social murder? Everybody was on Hasan's ass. But somebody replied to me that was so interesting, guys, that really hit me, okay, where, there it is, Dio, let's go, hey! So watch this. This is a perfect example of truth and perspective and how people comprehend shit very differently, okay? So Hasan was talking this clip about social murder, okay? And I said, I don't understand why people are freaking out about this. My son and all his friends kind of understand this. It's not radical. And then I go in here and talk about oppression here and how we've had, you know, we toppled oppression in America, and how if you can't understand why people would want to fight club this medical system, you don't get it. But look at what happened. Look at this person here. This person says, the utter stupidity said with full chest, I have an adult son with T1D. You will not lecture me about healthcare pre and post ACA. I have actual receipts totaling $250K pre-ACA and $50K post-ACA, same health condition. Difference is no ACA would be zero because he would be dead. But like, guys, I was not talking about the ACA at all. Dude, I was talking about healthcare companies like manipulating the 80-20 rule in order to not pay out like claims that they want to pad their profits. And this person, though, he says, you will not lecture me. Well, like, dude, I'm just posting on my own social media site. I didn't lecture anyone. I didn't go into this person's space and lecture them. But like, right? But the thing is this person saw me talking about healthcare and they just got so whatever worked up about their own personal perspective, which is like the ACA saved their son's life. And so how dare you say anything bad about the ACA, right? But it's really interesting because this type of communication style is really common, where this person's whole life is the ACA and their relationship to their son and all that hardship and pain. And so any medical discussion, and this person is like, you're already lecturing them and like, how dare you, like my son would be dead. And we all kind of go through life with some of those triggers, you know what I mean? Show me the receipts. Dude, I almost replied to them, but I was like, you know what? If I reply to this person, they're going to just keep replying for like days. So I decided I'm not even going to get into it because, you know, if I had replied to them and been like, dude, lecture you came onto my social media profile. The fuck is wrong with you? I just sort of left him alone because I was like, dude, that person will never stop replying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they would fucking never give up. 3 minutes, guys. Let's go. We need 24 and 3, baby. Let's get it. Oh. La da 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 da. Cheer on the ACA with him. I mean, dude, the ACA was a start. It was a stopgap. Obviously, not being able to get rid of pre-existing conditions was huge, but it didn't take away the power of the health insurance industry. LFG, Paula Boss, let's go. All right, guys. Dude, 2.5 minutes. We got to crank. Let's go, baby. And then we got more politics, okay? We got more shit to cover here, guys. We just covered the Trump. What do we have? We do have to look. We looked at the manifesto. We do have to look at Melania and Epstein. We looked at the ballroom. Dude, let's go. Ella fucking kicking it off. Oh, shit. But yeah, I decided to leave it alone. I mean, I have to be careful. Not because of like trouble, but because of time suckage. Okay, like my time is so precious that I have to be real careful what I get into. Right? I have not seen that, but we'll put it on here, dude. McLovins, let's go, baby. Great name, McLovins Pappy. Let's go, guys. 1.5 minutes. Here we go, baby. 22. But I love that start. Don't you lecture me, right? Don't you lecture me. Oh. Oh, shit. 1 minute. Dude, let's go. Anya, let's go. All right, we're going to have extra innings. I'm going to set a 2-minute timer. Because we are obviously, like, falling short of this. Let's go. There it is. We're going to pause that. We're going to have a 2-minute bonus time. All right? For when we run out of time. So we have 30 seconds left, guys. Here we go, baby. Oh, shit. Dude, I fucking always miss the clock. Dude, thank you, Anya. I need better clock management skills, guys. I'm serious. My clock management is shit. 10 seconds. Here we go. You like lectures when you learn something? Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know. I go through life like always learning. So, you know, I learn something sometimes from very limited scope and not good people, but I can still learn really good shit from people that are very limited in scope and unknowledgeable, right? So I just try to always be learning. That's kind of my philosophy, right? All right, let's go. We got the countdown. You feel like you're getting a deal when you get a free lecture? I mean, the one thing that I try to keep an eye on is the, you know, the mansplaining, right? Because I do notice that like I have a tendency to try to fix always, like I'm always trying to repair. And I think keeping an eye on the repair is important. You know what I'm saying? Right? We all have bias, but I always will want the truth. Yeah, so again, like I think you ready for this, guys? I think for me, I look for the many truths, right? That's kind of what I've started doing, okay? I look for the many truths because I realize that there's often more than one truth. And so I try to find the truth and the lie that everybody is grappling with. Because I think in anything we're investigating, some of the things we attach ourselves to are true, and some of them may very well be lies. And then if you look at everybody's truth and everybody's lies, you can divine a group of truths that are all true at the same time, right? Like for example, okay, like religion is a bullshit made up thing, and religion is somebody's moral framework and what they use to define the boundaries of them being a good person. And both of those things can be true at exactly the same time. Now, it gets hairy when, you know, when people feel threatened inside that. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's truths and there's falsehoods. Like religion is fake and made up, and people do use it to define their morality, and some people actually believe it, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, WWE is fake and made up, and some people believe it's real. I mean, reality TV is scripted, and some people think it is spontaneous, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, so it is like, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of flexibility. All right, let's go. Dude, we're fucking here. I'm not going to sit here with the 2-minute timer. I'm just going to start it over again. All right, I'm going to do that because this is going to be a waste of time. So we'll try one more while we cover the rest of the shit. And if we get it, we'll go fucking dancing. And if we don't, we won't, right? And so we'll do it for 20. We need 22, so we'll need 2 over. And there we go. Perfect. And we'll do another 30 minutes. And that way we could fucking do it that way. All right? Since we're 22 shy. Otherwise, I'm going to sit there and just reset that for fucking an hour. Right? But I will have one more little segment, and then I'm going to go make some videos. I'm not staying on long tonight, dude. I got a lot of videos to get caught up on. So I have probably like another 20 minutes, and then I'm going to bounce. All right? Tonight feels like it's not that super newsworthy anyway. You know what I'm saying? All right. So what is this here? Says, dude, so let's see here.
So the alleged shooter, as we just said, had multiple weapons in his possession. Here in the District of Columbia, open carry is not permitted. You just said he traveled from California across the country by train. At this point, are you thinking at the federal level of changing security protocols in any way to, for example, match on trains what you are expected to go through when you fly, where you do have to declare a weapon when you cross state lines? How did he travel by train without any challenge and arrive here in the nation's capital?
And look, this isn't about, in my mind, changing the law or making the laws more restrictive around possession of firearms. It appears he purchased these firearms the past couple years. We don't know how those firearms ended up in his possession in D.C. We can make some assumptions based upon what I just said about how he got to D.C. But I don't think the narrative here is about changing laws or making our laws more restrictive. This is about law enforcement who are doing their jobs and a suspect who tried to do something and failed miserably.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about changing the law in terms of possession of a firearm. I'm asking about crossing state lines with that firearm and arriving in the Capitol. If you try to fly, you do have to have your firearms declared in some way. You don't when you get on a train.
Well, look, you are talking about, I mean, if we're asking the question, that's talking about changing the laws, and I don't think that's something that we should be focused on right now in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, not a loophole.
There are lots of ways that. Yeah, so I mean, look, we also don't know. We don't have all the answers this morning. We're still looking into what happened, how he got the guns, if he got them legally. But what we do know is that he tried to use them. He did have 2 firearms and some knives on his person when he tried to use them, and he was stopped before he got anywhere near the president. Before he got.
Dude, this guy's a fucking idiot, bro. He is. This is the guy who's hiding all the Epstein files, by the way. Dude, Anya, let's go. Thank you. Said you're good. I believe in you even when I disagree with you, and I still feel you try to unite, and I disagree with you like 50% on outside USA politics. All right, let's go. Dude, what a fucking...
Near any of us that were in the room at the time of that this occurred, and that's again, we can't overlook, and I'm not suggesting you are, but we can't overlook the great work of the Secret Service last night.
No. So the thing about this though, guys, is like there's no consistency to our laws. Okay, the only reason they check shit on planes is because somebody flew planes into the World Trade Centers. If that had never happened in 2001, people would there would be way less restrictions on planes, right? If there was a mass shooting on a train, there would be a bunch of probably some train laws afterwards. But I think it's interesting, though, that through this case now, people that want to cross state lines with weapons are going to now know, oh shit, I can get on a train with my fucking howitzer, right? Like anybody who wants to commit that type of crime now knows, oh shit, dude, we can just buy train tickets and fucking, right? Forget flying, dude. I can take next time you want to go do that, like, you know, whatever mass incident, you can just take the train there. I mean, that's fucking weird. But guys, I just have a real problem with this dude in general. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a real problem that we now have Donald Trump's personal lawyer is the head of the DOJ. And Donald Trump has attorney-client privilege. The president of the United States has attorney-client privilege with the head of the DOJ. And this guy was not confirmed, okay? This guy was not voted on. He was like installed, okay? And we don't know what's going to happen. Like the clock is ticking when this guy has to be out. And he's got to be replaced with somebody who does get confirmed by the Senate. But I have a real problem that the face of the legal DOJ, the face of the DOJ for the entire country is now Donald Trump's personal attorney. That's a fucking problem, guys. That is, dude. That's a huge problem. Like, you know, and nobody seems to care. But you know what I mean? But I'm not sure exactly what he is focused on. See, here's what I find interesting is what's going to happen to Cole Thomas Allen. Okay, we have the manifesto, but this guy's alive. When are we going to be able to have reporters start asking Cole Thomas Allen about that manifesto? This guy's alive, dude. Like, I want to see this guy get interviewed. I want to probe this guy because I still have some suspicions that this was a setup. So I want to see this guy like answer to his philosophy. Don't you? Aren't you curious about that? Like normally when we get a manifesto, the person is like gone, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that seems interesting, doesn't it? Dude, I think that would be intriguing. All right. See what we got here left. Dude, this shit is so wild, boss. Like the right wingers, do you notice that? I mean, dude, we're still seeing this. Okay? Right? We're still fucking seeing this shit. That Obama's the most deceptive, divisive, destructive person in modern history. A Marxist, he hates America and the West. Like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, I see a post like this about Obama at least once a day, bro. And like, what the hell, boss? You know what I'm saying? That is, to me, that is like so crazy. I mean, dude, you know, I mean, it's not like Obama was the perfect guy. He certainly wasn't. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But like to act like he was like the singular destructive force trying to like destroy the country. I mean, nobody's trying to destroy the country. You know what I'm saying? All right, 20 minutes, guys. Dude, I used to be a fascist, communist, socialist, Marxist, but now I'm a socialist, Marxist, communist, fascist. That's my new thing. I've decided to switch. I have started a new chapter. Okay? I've started a new chapter. Right? I mean, I recommend it, guys. You know, the world looked so bleak when I was a Marxist, socialist, communist, fascist. But now that I'm a socialist, Marxist, fascist, communist, it's like there's like so much more possibility. And like everything just seems like to make more sense, right? You know, it's been probably one of the most, you know, important changes I've made recently. Dude, you know, oh yeah, because Obama with the motives of the shooter. Well, let me just tell you this, guys. Okay? When we looked at this manifesto, let me re-bring it up, okay? I know it was okay, like okay, so I looked at it. Benny Johnson printed the whole thing. And like, this manifesto is weird, okay? It doesn't really tell me a lot about his own motives, okay? It doesn't. I mean, you know, because, I mean, think about this, okay? He's like doing all his thank yous to his personal and church friends and his family and his colleagues and all this. And like, so you're really sorry about all your colleagues and your family and shit, and yet you're engaging in this crazy thing, and it's written with him thinking he was going to be dead or implying that he was going to be dead. And yeah, it feels like there's not really a lot of emotion in there. It's very detached, which is like, is it real? Is it accurate? I thought the tone shift too, to where it was written in a regular tone, and then he says, "Oh, I'm gonna drop, right? I'm gonna drop the formal tone, and then everything starts with like." That was really weird, dude. Anya, let's go. Your 80-year-old immigrant mom in California, Los Angeles has better benefits than your in-law 75 in Stockholm, Sweden, also an immigrant. Let's go. All right. Well, then California's better than Sweden. That's good. Good for California. Let's go. I like that. I like that. That's the way it should be. Big props to California and I guess Gavin Newsom. Let's go. Thank you, Anya. Fucking love it. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This like, I even, you know, like Natalie said, maybe Obama hadn't seen the manifesto when he made that statement. But with this, I didn't get a lot of motive out of this. Okay? I did not see a lot of motive out of this, guys. I mean, I saw like, I don't know. And even the rebuttals to objections, like what is this? A rebuttal to objections? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. It seems weird, right? And like the serious tone that, so let me just say, okay, even, right? Even with the, you know, the rebuttals to objections, okay? There's like I know that this part down here is supposedly, the PS is supposedly on site. You're not a communist? I am not a communist, Anya. Let's go. All right, Anya is quarterbacking. Let's go, baby. Dude, we got fucking 17 minutes. So anyway, obviously the PS is on site, okay? And sure, on site, getting ready to do the deed. Maybe there's a different tone. But there's a different tone between the rebuttal part and the first part. And like where it, you know, which I mean, I guess technically this guy could have multiple points of view, right? This guy obviously is, if you're going to pull a shotgun out and run through metal detectors at the White House correspondent dinner, you are grappling with some level of mental illness or right. But again, guys, I think this warrants an interview, some discussion with this guy to talk about this manifesto, because this manifesto doesn't feel very real to me, guys. Ella, let's go. And the reason, I don't know, there's something about it. It just feels like, you know, I don't know, too thorough, too on the nose. Like it reads like a manifesto that is supposed to get a certain amount of exposition forward, okay? Where you know, with the mentions of Christianity and the convenient time and privilege and whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. It's just very weird. Seems weird. But again, would a manifesto feel normal ever? No, I don't think so. I think if somebody writes a manifesto, it's probably always going to feel a little off, because the people writing manifestos are not on, right? You know what I mean? I mean, the person writing the manifesto is probably not a coherent, you know, like their point of view is not a coherent fucking thing. Where did they find it? I don't know. Do we have any of that information? I have not really like fucking like fully researched on this. You know, today I was focused on getting some videos done and you know, hanging out with Jenny. So I don't know where they got this. I mean, I don't know if it was written. I mean, we could fucking see if the app, where did they find the manifesto? Right? So he emailed the 1,052-word manifesto to family members 10 minutes before opening fire. And so, and then his brother reported it to the police. The brother thought it was spam, alerted law enforcement. So it was an email and it was sent to family members. Okay? Right? So, yeah, but like, again, I don't know, man. That's, I don't know. That seems a little weird, right? You know? But maybe. I mean, they should be able to tell, like, they should be able to do the forensics, right? Was it emailed? You know what I'm saying? Was it emailed from, you know, his phone, from his computer? I don't know. They should be able to forensics that. But look at this though, too. You ready? So it looks like fucking the New York Post and CBS were the first people to widely report it. But like, guys, these are both Trump outlets, right? Isn't that weird? That like, right? That the Trump outlets, the New York Post and CBS News are leading with this. Now, let me just tell you, New London, I've been to New London in Connecticut. New London is a weird city. Dude, let's go. Anya, I am far from communist experience. All right, let's go. Dude, that's good. All right, we got 12 minutes, guys. Let's go. We need 16 and 12. Let's get it. I don't know, man. New London's a weird town. I played some shows in New London on tour, and New London, Connecticut is like really bizarre, guys. It's a really small town, but you know what New London is? There's like a strip, a boardwalk down by the water, okay? And a bunch of drug sales that happen on that boardwalk. And then if you go into the small town, it's a small town of just a couple thousand people. And there are literally like 100 lawyers' offices in New London. This was 20 years ago, right? When I was touring, but there were literally, you would walk in from the boardwalk into the town and both sides of the street are just lined with lawyers' offices, small boutique lawyers, because everybody on the boardwalk was like selling drugs. And so there were like drug dealers and the lawyers who represent them. And that was like a huge part of the New London economy 20 years ago. Isn't that weird? It's like really weird. It's like a lot of drug sales and petty crime and a lot of lawyers in this tiny little fucking like waterfront town. And then there's like a sister city called Groton that's like across the bay, right? New London? No, it's Connecticut. It's a New London Police Department is in Connecticut, right? Unless it's a different, no, it's in Connecticut. It says in Connecticut, yeah. Yeah, it's right across from Groton. Crazy. So I guess he emailed it. But yeah, dude, they're MAGA outlets. Again, guys, you ready? Again, dude, Ella, let's go. All right. We got 15 and 10, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. So the you been to Groton too? Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's still, to me, guys, this feels like I'm still not buying it. Okay? I'm still not buying it. I'm still not buying that a guy ran through with a shotgun and they somehow apprehended him without shooting him. How did that happen? Right? We haven't heard a story of like this police officer tackled him. How did this guy get disarmed? Right? There's like, I have not heard any information about that. Okay. Is it going to be in the indictment? Are we going to see a charging document? He supposedly is going to have a court date tomorrow, right? But, you know, this still feels like a guy that ran through and was a symbolic fucking, you know, theatrical event in order to push the advance of the ballroom and to try and pressure, you know, the Senate into deleting the filibuster to pass the SAVE Act, or to build popular support for deleting the filibuster and passing the SAVE Act to prevent the violent Democrats from ever taking power. Okay? Yeah, dude, it's a journalist meeting, and yet, like, doesn't feel super heavily reported on. I mean, granted, everybody there was drunk, so, like, journalists are partiers. All right, 8 minutes. Let's go. We'll look at a little Benny. After we hit this, we'll hit a little Benny Johnson. Right? Oh shit, dude. Dude, people are starting to meme, dude. Dude, people are starting to meme with they're memeing putting the DoorDash woman on the ground, like they're AIing the DoorDash woman on the ground where Cole Allen was. Isn't that funny? I mean, that's what I saw on fucking Twitter. Somebody had put the DoorDash woman down in the fucking carpet. Bro, that is like so true, you know? And I know you probably saw Kyle Kowinski tweeted the one that had Lindsey Graham on top of the guy. Yeah, but so Maga, even if they exchanged fire, right? If the officer was hit in the vest, the guy wasn't hit. So if they exchanged fire, okay. If the guy was hit, then I could understand him being subdued. He's hit. He's been taken out of commission. But if he exchanged fire with somebody and he hit a guy in the bulletproof vest and nobody hit him, how did they get the gun out of his hand and the knives? Nobody was injured by the gun or the knives. Did he get tackled? Was it two guys who tackled him? Like you just saw him down on the ground and then the cops came and closed the doors? Dude, me again. Let's go. Duck Fisher joke. Let's go, baby. All right, guys. 14-6. This is it, baby. So yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems like weird. Okay. It none of it really fucking, you know what I'm saying? None of it really feels, I don't know. But we have a guy who wrote a manifesto and he's alive. So he should be getting interviewed or something. We're going to, I presume, see him on the stand or something, get an interview with him. Something's got to be done. Let's go. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, baby. Yeah. I don't know. It like, guys, it just doesn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it went instantaneously to a group chat and the fact that Trump doesn't seem traumatized, and the fact that Trump is just the same, like, crotchety, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know, dude. Like, supposedly this guy just keeps having people trying to kill him, and he is just unbothered by it. Like, yeah, no, I'm fine. We're good. Like, dude, that doesn't add up, right? All of this just doesn't add up. It all feels too reality TV. All right, 4 minutes. It's our last chance for dance party. Let's go. Dude, Anya's been fucking quarterbacking the whole thing. This is it. 4 minutes. Oh, is tonight going to be our first, like, no dance party? Could be a day off. Let's go. I mean, everybody's got to have a day off at some point. He did, dude. The news conference was so weird, right? Like, look at the fucking images, bro, with the news conference. I was like, seriously, like, what is going on with the news conference, guys? Like, look at their pictures. You know what I mean? Like, tell me. I mean, give me a break, dude. Like, what is that? Right? There's an assassination attempt? Nah, bro. You know, dude, Wilfred! Let's go, Wilfred! Yes! You're amazing. All right, guys, 3 minutes. Let's go 13. You want to dance or do you want to not dance? If we need a dance, I feel like we need a dance. Let's get it. Let's get it together, boss. Dude, look at that, though. They're all just smirking, bro. Wilfred, let's go. Kim, let's go. Here it is. 3 minutes, guys. Almost there. Halfway. 11 away. Yeah, dude, no, it is. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, guys. Like, these are not appropriate emotions for the third or fourth, right? In one breath, they're like, they've tried to assassinate Trump 4 times, and yet, like, there's a bunch of people up there laughing. I mean, you go back and look at Ronald Reagan after he got, like, shot at, dude. He was not. Like, there, hey, guys, I just got shot at. Oh, yeah, guys. Dude, Kim, let's go again. Let's go, Kim. Let's go, dude. Kim and Wilfred bringing it home. Quarterbacking this shit. Dude, let's go. Dude, 2 minutes, guys. We got 8 left. 2 minutes. We can do this, baby. We can do this. Need a dance. 7 left. Let's go, Wilfred. Dude, Nicole, Archie, super weird false flag event. I agree. It is so weird, guys. Dude, my hyper-vigilant alarm bells have been going, okay? They have been going, guys. They have been going. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. Dude, 142. Wilfred's coming in hot. Everybody, we're 5 away. Let's go. Let's go. We got this. Dude, 4 away. Let's go, Wilfred. Oh, Wilfred coming in hot. Dude, love it. We love to see it. All right, there we go. Anya Costa says, I hated London, England in 2007 due to Russian pre-send mentality right in the middle of it. So I've never traveled where Russia travel is to do to ex-USSR mentality. Always felt wrong to me. All right. So you don't like the UK? Feels fucking weird, right? Like, or you're saying because of your USSR experience traveling, or you're saying UK has a USSR experience? Dude, we hit it. Dude, living in his deranged reality. Let's go. Dude, Anya, thank you, boss. Living in his deranged reality, dude. Wilfred came in and fucking McLovin's pappy back in the house. Let's go. Wilfred coming in hot. Let's go. We did it. Dance party secured. Oh, Paula.
Hey!
Yeah, was that it? Like you were propagandized by Russia to not like the UK, and so you didn't want to travel to London? Dude, I know a bunch of people who've gone to London who fucking love it. Like they love it like so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. I know a bunch of people who like swear by London. They just fucking adore the shit out of it. And like people like not from the UK. I do have an old drummer. Like there's one of my old drummers from the band Soul Driver. He was from up north. He was from Preston, which is up like a working class town up by Manchester. And the people in the northern England are a little bit crazier. They're a little bit like trigger tempers, and they're a little more aggressive, the people from northern England. But now he lives in London. He's also mellower though now that he's old, but he and I used to get in fights. We used to get in like physical altercations like the Oasis guys. And right, dude, there was one time, oh my God, quick sidebar in my Camaro, because I've always wondered what these people experienced. But so I had this Camaro, like a 74 fucking Chevy Camaro. It was like brownish tan, like brownish gold, like a bronze color with a red vinyl interior, right? It was a badass car. And one day he and I were drunk. We were coming back from a club. We got into an argument. And like I pulled the car over on the side of the road and like I pushed his head against the passenger window and in the middle of our argument. And then we opened the doors and jumped out and went to the back of the car and grabbed each other and scrapped and rolled around in the gutter and on the curb, like taking swings at each other. And then we like shook it off and got back up, and then we got back in the car and drove away. And there was like 6 people on a porch that just watched this. They watched a Camaro like pull over, the doors open up, the guys jump out and start yelling at each other and throwing punches. And then they get back in the car and drive away. And I was like, dude, I always wondered, like, what the fuck did those people think? Like they're probably have told that story. I would love to run into those people someday and hear them telling that story and be like, holy shit, I was one of the guys in that Camaro, right? I mean, that's one of those things where I've always told that story from my side, but you got to wonder, like, the stories of the people who were on that porch, how many places they've gone and told, like, oh, you want to hear something funny? Like one day we were just having a get together. This fucking Camaro. Right? I mean, so random. Dude, that shit is like so random, boss. That's like, I don't know, man. That's the kind of shit where I feel like life is just weird, right? You know, life is just weird like that. How many people were fighting? Just me and Richard. Just 2 of us. Just 2 of us. We jumped out. We wrestled each other to the ground. We like took a swing or 2 at each other. And then we were like, fuck this. Then we got up and we jumped back in the car. But it was precipitated by him. I don't know what he said to me. And then I like pushed his head against the window. But like we used to fight like that. There were a lot of like, you know, there are some dudes from Northern England and Scotland that like those types of fights happening with their friends or associates is like sort of kind of common, you know? It is. It's kind of common like that. There's a mentality that's something they do, you know, like the Oasis brothers used to do that shit too. I don't think it's healthy. Like our relationship was not healthy. Our band relationship was not healthy at all, right? It was not. It was pretty toxic. And getting out of that band was a good move for me. But yeah, dude, you guys see this? This shit was crazy, right? Ben Stiller was tweeting about the Knicks, okay? The New York Knicks playing basketball. And he's like, got it done. And Nancy Mace is like, got what done? Dude, what a fucking idiot, right? Like, what is she doing, bro? Dude, she's such an idiot. She is such a like, intolerable clout chaser. You know what I'm saying? Nancy Mace, intolerable, boss. She is. She is intolerable. Dude, there it is. Found. Can Lego sue Iran? Lego is Danish, like Greenland? Yeah, I mean, guys, I honestly have wondered about the Lego stuff. Like, is that really coming from Iran? Are the Iranians really making the Lego stuff? I mean, are you sure about that? Are we sure about that? Like, how do we know it's coming from the Iranians? You know? I mean, I've seen the Lego videos, but they seem, right? You've seen an article about one of the persons who's making them. But because it seems like, I mean, I don't doubt that the Iranian embassy posted it, but it seems like whoever is making them has a pretty like good eye on American like culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's one of the things that baffled me because if you're some, you know, cleric or whatever in Iran, you're not living in American culture. Okay. But like many of the videos I've seen are really like very culturally apt in a way that it feels like, the person making this is really familiar with the, like, our American cultural identity because, right? Because they feel really tapped in, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's what the guy said during the interview. They know more about our culture than we realize. Yeah. I mean, it just felt like somebody had lived here, right? That's definitely what it felt like, you know? But I mean, it's possible that they're informed by, you know, small group of young creators. Yeah, I haven't really seen it. Dude, you should put some links, right? You should put some links in the chat. I would love to look at that stuff. I haven't even seen all the videos. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen all the videos. I've looked at some. I mean, I know some guys that in college, okay, I had some friends that were from Iran and other Middle Eastern countries like UAE, but they were like, guys, the dudes that I knew in college. Now this is the 80s, so this is a long time ago, and we didn't really like talk about religion and stuff, so I don't even know if they were Muslim. But one of the things that I found interesting with some of the guys that I knew from the Middle East, because I've not known a lot of people from the Middle East. Okay, I don't know why. I didn't meet a lot of people in LA. I mean, the people I did meet from the Middle East were Armenians, but they were like Catholic. And they were culturally like different than America, but they were very different than guys from like the Arab countries. But the dudes that I knew that were from the Arab countries, okay, was like what they did was they came to America to like get away from their parents and to live like crazy for a couple of years. And then they were going back to their home countries to then assimilate into the society of their home countries. So their adventure here in America was like to like do everything, I guess, sinful, right? And you know what I'm saying? To do, I know Iran is Persian. I was talking about the Arab countries that are on the peninsula there, boss. Okay. But they were here to do like experience like everything that was like sinful outside their religion before they were going back to assimilate and then live under the more strict tenets of their religion. But their parents were not privy to the fact that they were like absolutely wilding, right? But they had a whole bunch of them were coming here, right? In the 80s. And I met a bunch of them like at UCLA. A lot of them were friends with like dudes in my fraternity and shit. And it was cool, man. I thought it was actually pretty amazing, you know? But I guess now, people have a lot more access to our culture through social media, right? Like if you pay attention to social media, you can get everybody's cultural, you can kind of tap into the culture a lot more. It was a lot different, in the 80s, in the late 80s, like you couldn't really experience American culture without coming to America, right? I mean, now you can experience it all online. And so I guess that is a definite advantage, I think all like religious based governments are just super problematic. You know what I mean? I mean, any government that's religious based, I don't care if it's Jewish, Hindu, whatever, Muslim or Christian, any government where the government and where the theology is the government is going to be unhealthy and not a good government. It's going to be severe and it's going to be like punishing. Okay. And it's not going to encourage life or harmony, right? You can't encourage harmony when you're living under the strictures of an isolating religion like that, So I think all of those governments are problematic, all of them, right? And America leaning in that way too. Dude, ours is pretty fucking Christian, guys. You know what I'm saying? We might not be as austere as like Saudi Arabia, but make no mistake that the U.S. is dominated by Christian zealots in government, like praying on the floor of the religious buildings and trying to anti-abortion bills are based on the Bible, guys. That is biblical. We if many of our states are already living under biblical Christian law, okay? When they're trying to outlaw pornography or they have like dry Sundays and shit. And like, we have a lot of that already here. I mean, most of it is like localized, but we have I think we're like 65, 70% theocracy in America, maybe 65%, right? There's just huge, you see it all the time. Our leaders, it's not mentioned in the Bible at all. I'm saying it's based on their religious beliefs. Not all their religious beliefs are developed from the Bible, boss. The Bible is a pick and choose for religious people, okay? They claim the Bible, but they only pick and choose. They, like anything they don't want from the Bible, they say, oh, that's not timely or that wasn't meant literally. And then anything they believe in that's not in the Bible, they say is implied, right? But the Bible means nothing to Christians. Okay, they wield it, but most of them haven't even read it. I'm serious. I think fucking 80% of Christians in America have never read the entire fucking Bible. Not even close, right? I mean, my thing on abortion is real simple, guys. Okay, you ready? Miscarriages exist. Okay, boom. End of discussion. That means if you believe in God, your God uses abortion. So therefore, it exists naturally. Miscarriages exist. And if you have a miscarriage, you believe that God is like whatever, taking care of you. God's protecting you through that. So if your God miscarries, if your God does abortions, we can do abortions, right? Period. Boom, boom, right? Never mind that every single person who is anti-abortion is pro-war, okay? Right? Every single one of them. You will not find a single anti-abortion person who is not pro-war or pro-cops shooting people. Because the thing is they're not pro-life. They are like, they decide whose life is valued and whose life is not. And if you're a criminal or if you're an opponent, your life is not valuable, and then it can be taken or you can be abused or whatever, right? It's like they get to decide whose life is valued and whose isn't. That's really what it's about. It's about them having the power. Okay? Yes. They are pro being in charge of the decision making of who has value. All right, last thing we're looking at. You ready? Let's look at a little Benny, dude. Because look at Benny, okay? Benny's been tweeting through this shit, guys. All right, first off, there is Trump wished Melania a happy birthday. I couldn't resist putting Karen McDougal in the shot, okay? I wish there was room for Stormy Daniels and all the other affairs, but she was significant. Like Trump and her were together for like a year, okay? I believe Trump had paid for her apartment and all of that shit, okay? Isn't that wild? Dude, that is crazy, right? Their marriage is totally fake. Now, Benny, yeah, I did see that, guys, that Benny had this cleaned up version of the fucking guy running. Like, what was that all about, guys? He did. He posted an AI video. Look at this shit. This video. Dude, what is this, bro? CapCut AI. He posted an AI video of this shit? Like, how the fuck is that, bro? Right? It's been enhanced with AI. Like, what an asshole, bro. Isn't that weird? You know, and there's like a thing covering him in the beginning because of what? He's like naked or some shit. But dude, this is like not factually accurate. Okay, this shit is fucking like, it's so crazy. But look at what he says. Dude, he's trying to say the attack is worse than everything that happened on January 6th, right? All his AIs, thumbnails are AI. But isn't this crazy though? Right? He's saying the attack, an armed attack by a Democrat, the attack is worse than every single thing that happened on January 6th. The media will never tell you this with a fake AI photo. Okay? And then look at this though. Look at the time here, guys. 14 hours, 8 hours. So he left this thing up for 6 hours. Okay? He left it up for 6 hours with no notice that it was AI. Interesting. Right? 6 hours. No notice. Now, not to mention though, guys, you ready for this? I mean, because I got in here and commented on this. Okay? Because you ready? Here's why I commented. Because Benny says that this is not as bad as January 6th. But like, dude, people died on January 6th. People got like severely injured on January 6th. There was millions of dollars of property damage. And an entire fucking nation got fractured on January 6th. A former president lied about it. That led to a $787 million judgment. People lost faith in elections. People started being more suspicious of each other, and they divided and got more polarized. And Trump pardoned the people in January 6th, and a bunch of them have gone out and committed like CSA, guys. So a bunch of young children have gotten graped because Trump pardoned those January 6ers. So to compare those two is absolutely disturbing, bro. And again, Benny Johnson is a paid propagandist who was paid by Russia to spread false propaganda, and he took a whole bunch of money to do it. So he is completely not trustworthy, dude. Now, you ready? There is something about Benny that we do need to take a look at, though. Okay, you ready? First off here, okay, that Benny Johnson, it is currently day 140 of him not filing his Milo lawsuit. Okay, on December 7th of 2025, when Milo insisted that Benny Johnson was a gay man engaged in a fraudulent relationship with a beard for cover to pretend like he was an evangelical Christian, when in fact he had been hustling young men at 𝗙PUSA events for years, and Benny's living a double life where he's paid to pretend he's something he's not. And then Benny said he was duty bound to take action to protect his family. More to come on that soon. All right. And the legal system being about justice. We are now 140 days. All right. 140 days, and there's no Benny lawsuit. Okay. 140 days. And so I find that interesting. And we are all waiting on 𝗙rie St. Clair, who's going to drop some more information. Benny's going to sue me too? No, I don't think Benny's going to sue anyone, right? I don't think Benny's going to sue anyone. But I think this is important, though, guys, because Benny has a media manipulation machine. And so we do need to bring accountability to his lies and try to weaken the structure of his propaganda machine, because he's got a huge funded propaganda machine. Okay, huge funded propaganda machine. So we're waiting on the 𝗙rie St. Clair, but I thought this was interesting too, guys. Okay, because again, this is more of the Maga. Okay, this is this Maga viewpoint that they're trying to radicalize before the election. Okay, and look at what he says here. He says, I have lived through 3 Democratic presidencies. Okay, 3 Democrat presidencies. That's a total of 20 years of Democrat administrations. I've watched them systematically wreck the country. I hated it. Yet not once did I ever consider violence, not even in my darkest thoughts, nor did any of my fellow Republicans. But every month, a Democrat tries to kill Trump, then libs celebrate it and try again. They murdered Charlie and laughed about it. The current Attorney General of Virginia fantasizes about killing Republican children. Dude, they're still hung up that J. Jones won. His predecessor just killed himself and his wife in front of his children. Yeah, we are not the same. You can't live peacefully with those who want you dead. Okay, now, let's break this down. Because again, this is the same thing that Matt Van Swal did. Okay, remember Matt Van Swal? We looked at this earlier where he's like, there's demons. Okay, they're infiltrating. They're everywhere. It's horrifying. We can't live with these demons among us. Okay, you can't live with people who are violent, right? So, what are they implying here? Okay, when they're saying you can't live peacefully with those who want you dead, what is that statement there, guys? Right? Because they say this all the time. They want us dead. We can't coexist with the Democrats. We can't live peacefully. So if you're not living peacefully, what are you doing? Are you warring with us? I mean, is this a call to violence? It seems like a call to violence. It seems like they're saying all Democrats want you dead, and we can't live peacefully with all Democrats, so therefore we can't have a country together. Okay? Now, if we want to get persnickety, okay, look at him. He said a total of 20 years of Democrat admins. He watched them systematically wreck the country. Guys, Benny Johnson was born in 1987, which means Benny Johnson was 5 years old when Bill Clinton took office. Okay? He was 13 when Bill Clinton left office. Okay? So, dude, at most, he had 3 years of awareness about whatever Clinton did, like 10 to 13. I'll give him that. If he was precocious, I was a super precocious kid. I argued with my parents about Ronald Reagan when I was like 11 or 12, right? But I was super precocious. I had encyclopedias. I read all these books about Jimmy Carter and shit. And so I was heavy into politics. I don't know how into politics Benny was. Benny doesn't strike me as being particularly smart. So I don't know how precocious he was when he was younger. Benny seems a little trashier. But the fact of the matter that Benny is like, you know, whatever, he's been systematically watching them wreck the government. Like, dude, you were 5 years old, you know? And as I said here, dude, he was between 5 and 13 when Clinton was in office. Benny didn't see the country get wrecked. Benny probably did discover he likes guys during that time. And that would be the time when Benny would figure out he doesn't like women and he does, in fact, love guys. So I'm sure that he was coming of age with his sexuality during those years. But like, guys, Clinton actually, other than the crime bill, dude, Clinton like got rid of the deficit. He balanced the budget. Like Clinton, the 90s were actually quite a time of prosperity economically. I mean, it was not perfect by any means. And certainly the criminal justice shit was very unfair to like minorities. But there was like, dude, being in your 20s and in the 90s was like pretty fucking ideal. There was like living was cheap. You could work a part-time fucking job and have plenty of money, right? You know, you could still have a car. Gas was cheap. I mean, you know, like, I don't know, dude. Life was pretty, like, the 90s were pretty banging, dude. Okay? They were. Shit didn't really get bad until, you know, deep into George Bush II's presidency. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, you're right. We were living in a lot of bubbles. There were absolutely bubbles. Okay? There was a lot of bubbles that fucking the 90s were sort of idyllic, and then shit sort of blew up. Okay? And then for me, though, what I did, you ready for this? I moved to Portland in 99. So what I did, guys, is it was just the luck of the draw, where I lived in the 90s in LA when it was easy to survive. And then I left right before it got super expensive. I moved to Portland where it was even cheaper, right? And I was renting a fucking 3-bedroom house in Portland for $800 a month, $795. Okay. And that's crazy. Like I left LA right before it got really expensive. And then I moved to Portland and it was like dirt fucking cheap. And now, unfortunately, Portland has gotten so crazy expensive. But like, dude, I had the most idyllic move that I moved here when I was 29 and it was so cheap. Oh my God, dude, it was crazy. And I got a bartending job where I was making like $300 a night bartending and my rent was fucking $795. Dude, all I did was like, you know, cocaine, strip clubs, cocaine, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, rock and roll. Dude, it was amazing. Oh, shit. to be 29 and like making $300 a night when you work 2 nights and your fucking 3-bedroom house rent is paid. Like, oh shit, boss. Crazy. Dude, it was good until it wasn't, which was about like a year and a half, dude. I destroyed my life in 1.5 years, 1.5 years, bro. And my life was ruined. But again, though, like, you know, my point being here that like a lot of the MAGA, I don't know if you guys see this, guys, but like revisionism is central to the MAGA experience. Okay? Everything about MAGA is revisionism. They have a revisionist view of how idyllic it was in like the 50s, right? Then they revise like how they've seen America get destroyed because like none of them were really complaining about America being destroyed until like 5 years ago. And it became, you know, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, and it became in vogue, like the predominant technique of running for office since Trump has been that the Democrats are destroying the country. Like they hate America and they're literally turning it into the devil's playground. Okay? That's literally like, that is kind of the prevailing thing. The Democrats are like, we want to make the economy better and we want to fucking help people. And the Republicans are like, they're demons and the entire government, the country's going to be gone. It's going to be Sodom and Gomorrah if we let them into power. That's literally our fucking current political climate. One side is like, dude, we want to make the rich pay taxes, increase the corporate tax rate, break up the monopolies, and maybe get some health care. The other side is like, you're fucking demons. If they get power, like they're going to cut your kids' dicks off and all of America is going to burn in hell. And Satan's going to come back and like the whole country is going to be gone. Like, yo, dude, that's weird, guys. Isn't that weird? That is fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. Your rent was $495 and $99 for a 2-bedroom apartment. Nice. Yeah, I lived in Hollywood. I lived by like Wilshire and La Brea, over by the MoMA, right? By the Museum of Modern Art, by fucking, or LACMA, the LA County Museum, MoMA's in San Francisco. It's LACMA, the LA County Museum of Art, where the La Brea Tar Pits is. I lived in that neighborhood. And my rent was like $530 or something for a single. Okay. So it was a little bit like, you know, I mean, it was not as cheap as Portland, right? Not as cheap as, you know, $795 for a 3-bedroom apartment in Portland, but it was still livable, right? Yeah, no, now those same apartments, you ready for this? So the apartment that I lived in, okay, I've looked at it. I've gone back and looked at the actual building I lived in by the La Brea Tar Pits. I paid, it was like $425 when we first moved in there in 1990. I lived there until like 1998, right? I lived there 3 years with a girlfriend, and then several years I moved into a different apartment down on the first floor. But those singles are now $1,600. Okay, it was $530 when I lived there at the end when I left in like 98, and now they're like $1,600 to $1,800 for a single. Okay, by the La Brea Tar Pits. That's crazy, right? The Tar Pits are cool. You visited there on vacation? Yeah, they were. I never really went to the Tar Pits much, but I used to go to LACMA. I would go to the museum all the time. Dude, I love museums. I'm actually thinking about buying, like, I might buy one of those fucking yearly membership, like sponsorship memberships of the art museum here now. I've really liked museums, and we have this thing here too. There's First Thursday in the summer in the Pearl with all the smaller art museums with like the less well-known artists. But I'm a big fan of like the museums and like the art scene. I've always been really into that. I draw a lot of inspiration from that shit. But so I used to go to LACMA pretty regularly. I saw like all the exhibits there in the 90s because it was like, 3 blocks away, 4 blocks away. It's pretty cool. But yeah, dude, this revisionary history is fucking something else. Right? Dude, somebody said something about Benny that he was trying to avoid Candace. I mean, dude, I look, I'll be honest, guys, okay? I look at Benny Johnson as he is like a TPUSA-like figure, okay? Where Benny is going after young audiences, and we definitely have to fight him. Right? We definitely have to fight this guy. Dude, he is, guys, he is, I mean, look at him, dude. Just look at him. He is like an emaciated gay dude pretending he is like not gay and keeping like, he is so filled with vitriol and like shame-based rage, and he's manipulative and he's a liar. I mean, guys, he's been plagiarizing and lying and being a sneak since the beginning of his career. And I think it's because he lives such a double life that he has no moral center, okay? He is a completely manipulative, fucking power-mongering abuser, okay? Just fucking outrageous. And I mean, look at him though, dude. He looks so unhealthy. I mean, look at him, guys. Tell me how unhealthy he looks. He's so gross, dude. He looks like he looks like he's fucking, I don't know, dude. Something's going on with him. But he targets young men. Okay? He targets like 10-year-olds with his short videos and his blingy pop-up shit like he does, and he uses like music from like Minecraft videos and shit like that. Like he does a very specific sort of like meme sort of shit that targets, Roblox and Minecraft users that are young men that are like 8 years old and trying to like just not necessarily to sell them a political idea yet, but to win them over to think, oh, Benny is so funny and cool. And so then as they grow and become teenagers and start to develop their political identity, they will like have this attachment to Benny as like he's one of us. And so I'm going to go to Benny and get the truth, right? He is grooming. He is digitally grooming kids, very specific, okay? Digitally grooming young men in a profoundly disgusting way, okay? I'm serious, dude. Dude, he is like, it's gross, dude. And he knows exactly what he's doing, man. And then when those young men become like 19 and they go to a TPUSA event, Benny's going to try and like, oh, come here, TPUSA guy, let's go. Yo, Benny. Yeah, dude, get that fucking guy out of your motel room. Right? We're going to come put a boot in your ass, Benny. Right? Yeah. Fucking grimy, dude. Dude, he is grimy, guys. He is a groomer. But yeah, seriously though, guys, like I make a lot of Benny videos. Okay, I do. I make a lot of Benny content because I was in the gaming world, and so for me, I want to fucking combat this shit. Oops. But like, guys, Benny is fucking. He's not well, boss, right? like he's noticeably like, I don't know, like emaciated, grizzled, tired, right? You know what I'm saying? He doesn't look good. Like, you know, I'm serious. No, if I were to look at it, right? If I were to look at him, I would think like I had an uncle that had Crohn's disease that like followed this path of like weight loss. Yeah. Like a lot of weight loss, but it like, I had an uncle that had Crohn's that like when it got activated, it like tore at his body like that. With a lot of weight loss, he started looking really gaunt and his skin tone started looking not so good. And so Benny has been looking pretty fucking ragged lately. All right. He has not looked good for a while, guys. You know, he's been looking like more and more scuffed. Okay. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's just looking like he's fucking like, dude, he's looking more and more like a rodent, dude. MAGA fucks you up, guys. I mean, dude, you ready? Hold on, here we go. I'm gonna show you MAGA, and then I'm gonna go make videos. We're gonna hit the dance party. But guys, there is no better way to show you what MAGA does than to look at, you ready? I'm going to show you, dude, the ultimate fucking MAGA. There you go, guys. You ready? Watch this. All right. Here we go. There's MAGA 1. Right there. There's MAGA 2. Five years. 5 years, guys. Okay? That's a 5-year span. I mean, 4.5 if you want to get technical. And if you want to see others, right? I mean, different lighting. I use those two because they're both TV show lighting. But like 5 years, guys. That is a like 4.5 year adjustment right there, dude. That's MAGA. That is like crazy, bro. That is like crazy. I mean, Kim Guilfoyle, right? There's another one, right? Kim Guilfoyle, fucking, you know, from Gavin Newsom to Don Jr. Somebody put one in there. In I'm looking in Discord. Somebody put something in there. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's I think that might be the same. Oh yeah, that's a similar style. No, I have that picture too. That picture that you put in there. I have that interview as well. Right, that's this one. Right, dude, we all got this one, dude. Right, at Fox News. But yeah, dude, 5 years, boss. Crazy, right? Isn't that wild, dude? It's like literally just under 5 years. Same person, 4.5 years later. Yep. This was Nancy Mace in 2021, right after she got, 2021, right after she got fucking, you know, sworn in, or right before she got sworn in. It was end of 2020 during her campaign, right? And then this is her in 2025. So it's like 4.5 years, essentially. That's Nancy Mace. 4.5 years of difference. Same person. Dude. crazy, bro. Yeah. Isn't that wild? I mean, she's like a lot of weight, fucking, you know, I mean, some of it is like the cameras, but still you can see how she's really aged hard, like hardcore, boss. She is one of the craziest examples, right? Where it is, you know, that MAGA, but guys, you know, I mean, this is a MAGA thing, guys. Okay? Because we have, you ready? We have Kim Guilfoyle. Okay, there she is. There's Gavin Newsom, Kim Guilfoyle. There's Don Jr., Kim Guilfoyle, right? Or if you want to look at it, you ready? Here she is. Right? There you go. Right? There we go, dude. Gavin, Don Jr. Like, that shit ages you, boss. Who is this? This is Kim Guilfoyle. She's now the ambassador to Greece. She was Don Jr.'s girlfriend in this photo, Mar-a-Lago. And this was when she was dating Gavin Newsom. She was engaged, I believe, to Gavin Newsom. Like, you know, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever. Right? But, yeah. Isn't that crazy? But she was Gavin Newsom's woman first, and when she looked like this, and then she switched teams, and then she ended up being fucking, you know, Don Jr.'s, and then she looked like this, and then Don Jr. took a new girlfriend, and she got an ambassador job in Greece and got sent away, dude. Yikes. I mean, guys, MAGA, I'll do one more. You ready? I'll do one more, guys, because I find these to be interesting. Okay? But this one is shocking as well. Okay? Because we have Kristi Noem. Okay, there's Kristi Noem. That's her now. And let's find Kristi Noem when she was younger. Before MAGA, after MAGA. Look at that shit, bro. Isn't that crazy? Dude, that was Kristi Noem when she started in South Dakota politics. And she was like young soccer mom, right? Fucking whatever. Kind of hipster haircut, young Pilates doing soccer mom, and she turned into like grizzled power hag, right? Fucking crazy, bro. Just, you know, craven power and you know, lies and hatred. Like it's like a soul selling or something. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Dude, she was like, what's crazy about it, guys, is she had a different energy back then, too. Like, she had a different energy. She did. Like, so, I mean, you can see Kim G, too. There's a different energy. Like the MAGA MAGA, if you go into MAGA for a long time, you end up being a creature that is filled with resentment, and you think everybody's out to get you, and you think that everybody is against you, and you just have a much more harsh and restrictive view of the world where, you know, people are demons and the devil and Satan, and it's like everything becomes like life or death. And, you know, and there's nobody that you can trust. But that shit affects your fucking psyche, dude. It does. But yeah, dude, I think Kristi Noem really, like, took one of the most ravaging, too. And let's see when this photo was, too. Let's see when that photo was. If we look at that, that was her, so that was 2018, guys. This is 2018. So these two differences right here are 6 years. 6 years, guys. Like, dude, I have been with my girlfriend Jenny for 13 years next month. And like, Jenny is not aged like this. Jenny's getting younger looking with her healing and her psychedelic therapy and shit. Jenny's actually looking like better after 13 years. She looks more vibrant, more like, I don't know, filled with life and discernment, and like, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, because Jenny's 13 years older than when I first started dating her, but her face is more relaxed and more filled with the energy of a life well enjoyed. And 13 years ago when I met her, she had just started working on her trauma, and she had a lot more tension in her face, in her, like Jenny did, my girlfriend did. She had a lot more tension and stress in her look 13 years ago. And now she's older, but she looks like more fresh. Okay. Because she's like, in a weird way, she looks younger because the tension and the anxiety and the stress is like gone from her psyche. She's been clearing that shit out. And like, but dude, this is crazy, bro. For that to be like fucking 6 years, boss. Brutal. It's like a fish-based surgery. Dude, it is like somebody grafted a miserable person. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Crazy. But all right. I'm gonna go though. It's time, baby. It's time to dance. You guys ordered a dance party. We're fucking dance partying. Jenny is radiant. Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate you guys. Dude, thank you to everybody who helped through. It looked like we weren't even going to get a dance, and then we fucking got it, and it was amazing. Which one? Which one are you talking about, Matt? I love you too, boss. All right, let's get rolling, dude. It's time to fucking dance. Let's go. Oh, shit, boss. Oh, dude, what a night. Got a little flossing, a little bossing. Oh, Mariners. Let's go, baby. Mariners sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals. To my friend Sarah, who lives in St. Louis. Ha! Let's go. Oh, dude, I actually had some good shows in St. Louis. I can't really put the city down, dude. Dude, it's a good city, bro. St. Louis, I really like that city. Dude, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, it's time for a little deja vu. Let's get it. Get it. Oh. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder. My pleasure. Together. All right, guys. Everyone's waiting. I will see you tomorrow. The usual disclaimer. Try to take care of your head. Don't let fucking, you know what I'm saying? Don't let too much of this Trump shit get to you, because we got a long way to go, but it's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found.
it gets better. I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be good to yourselves and be good to each other. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth, I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant.